This leaked video of an extraterrestrial alien that was held in captivity. They called him Skinny Bob. Yeah, he was called Skinny Bob.
Hey, Bob.
When his ship crashed on Earth, Skinny Bob survived. And it's reported that he was held in captivity for nearly a decade. And there are a lot of reports that Skinny Bob helped the U.S. with technology. Yeah, he did. My question is, what do you think of this story? Because there's a lot of information out there that confirms the Skinny Bob story. Let me know your opinion in the comments section, Vooshkies. Shabadoo.
Shabadoo. Wow. If that is true, I feel really bad for him. He was held in captivity for 10 years. And this is why aliens probably don't want to visit here, because they know we will do things like this to them. Either that, or if they do come, they're just going to overtake us because we can't be trusted. I don't know.
Hey, y'all better be careful when y'all get inside them Waymo cars. Not even because them Jones can malfunction and ultimately crash, and not because them Jones is a self-driving car. You can have people hiding in the back of the little trunk spot, y'all. This lady said she ordered a Waymo car for her daughter, and when her daughter opened it, it was a man behind the seats. Look at this shit, y'all.
Why the fuck are you in the trunk?
That's why, ma'am, I'm trying to figure this out. Like, I'm over here. Yeah, they should want to let me out. They should
Why are you in it?
Huh? They just put
Can't figure it out.
Who put you in?
The
what?
The people. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm saying. Just look.
No, I don't believe it.
He said they put him in the trunk. Who the hell was they? The car put you in the trunk, fool? My whole thing is, how the hell didn't it detect that someone was still in the car? Let's just say, for instance, that girl got in a car, and this man was like a kidnapper or some or he was a Jason Michael Myers type of. That shit could have went bad, fool. So you already had the Jones getting into car accidents, driving through drive-thrus. Now you got people in the back seat and the Jones can't detect them. I need y'all to let me know down below in the comments. Have you drove in one of these? Or will you be driving in one of these?
The answer is no. No, thank you. I think I've made my view on that one well known. I don't trust that. I don't even really like taking cabs if I don't have to. Like, that's the last resort for me. Yeah, that's scary. And that guy going, I don't know how I got back there. Yeah, okay, dude, I believe you. He was up to no good, and I'm really glad that it got checked before just going in, and that car started driving. Yikes.
Three friends were exploring the haunted theater, which had been abandoned for years. Locals told stories about unexplained noises and things moving by themselves, claiming the building was haunted. But it was scheduled to be torn down the next day, meaning this was their only chance to explore it. One of them joked about holding a seance. The others laughed until they reached the stage. A bowl of salt, a bird's skull, a blade, and an open book with a drawing of an old woman's twisted face. Then a faint sound came from the rafters. It almost sounded like a woman screaming in fear. Two of the friends laughed and stepped closer, but the third shook his head, saying it felt wrong. They kept urging him, promising that it was just for fun. Finally, he sighed and climbed onto the stage. They stood around the circle and joined hands. The air grew still, but they heard a soft scraping sound. It was the blade. It started to tremble. It scraped across the floor, slowly turning toward them. Then the massive curtain dropped with a heavy crash before the whole stage collapsed. The next morning, the demo crew searched the ruins. No sign of anyone inside, just a crushed skull, a sharp knife, and a book with a drawing. It was three terrified teens, sketched on the page. When the wrecking ball hit, the workers swore they heard screams coming from inside the walls.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I was getting interested in it until that. Yeah, I have a hard time believing that one. I guess they're stuck in the paper. Or I guess in the walls. They said they heard it coming from the walls. I don't know. Either way, nah.
Bro, so they told us cats was just pets, right? Cats ain't just pets, man. They guardians. Cats got abilities that humans don't even understand. And the world hide it from us on purpose. Ancient civilizations like Egypt, they worship cats for a reason. They believe that cats can see energies and spirits, things that we can't see. Cats' eyes is like portals. See things in different realms, and while you sleep, they protecting your home. Your cat stare at the corner for no reason in the room. It's not random. They tracking spiritual movement. They purring. It's not just random. They vibrating healing frequencies. It can calm anxiety, lower blood pressure, and it can repair tissues in your body. Listen, bro, cats don't just live with you. Cats absorb your energy. You ever felt calmer, lighter when you holding your cat? That's because they pulled that negative energy up out you, and then they transmuted it. Why you think cats suddenly disappear out of nowhere? They lost too much energy, so they need to recharge. Next time you see a cat just, sitting there just staring, remember, they not just watching the world, bro. They guarding yours.
I can kind of believe that. I've had my own experiences with cats. I've been a cat person my whole life. I love dogs too. I have a dog. But I had a horrible accident, not going to get into details, but I had a very hard time recovering. It took minimum a year to recover from. And my cat could pick up, exactly that I was having issues even with sleeping. And he knew to stay away where I was injured, but he came up by my face and up against my cheek and my ear and just started purring, full on purring. And he actually was the only reason why I could sleep. It actually calmed my body and soothed me into a sleep state. So, I mean, do I believe that cats have abilities? I really think they do. And I mean, we should be treating them a whole lot better. We should be treating animals a whole lot better. But yeah, definitely. I can believe that one.
We are watching the world go absolutely nuts. A man from Toronto
Yeah.
that was caught speeding on the highway had a suspended license since 1985. A man in Connecticut just
Wow.
won the lottery for a second time this year. He won $100,000 the first time and then just recently won $1 million. Researchers are now saying that ChatGPT can also get brain rot from scrolling junk content online, just like humans. Indonesian names are
Nobody's
now
immune.
legally limited to only 60 characters in length. Parents of teenagers all over the country right now are saying that getting a landline is revolutionary for delaying the smartphone. That way they can just talk to their friends in the kitchen. People are using AI to talk to God. There is a couple who was married less than a year ago and are now asking for a divorce from the court because their dog and cat cannot get along. A woman in London was stopped by 3 enforcement officers after pouring coffee down a drain next to a bus stop, and she was fined £150.
For pouring coffee? What kind of law is that? Jeez.
What if I told you, Canada, that the milk in your fridge may not come from a cow ever again? And no, this isn't sci-fi. This is actually happening in Canada right now. So Health Canada just quietly approved milk that doesn't come from a farm. It comes from a lab. And nobody's talking about what this really means. So let's go back last month. In November 2025, Canada gave a company called Remilk the green light to sell animal-free dairy protein. But this isn't almond milk or oat milk. What they do is they take the DNA that tells a cow how to make milk, copy it, and insert it into microbes like yeast. And then from there, they can make milk, cheese, yogurt, basically everything. But here's the part that no one wants to say out loud. If this takes off, it could wipe out real dairy farms across BC and Canada. Oh, and one more thing. This lab milk looks real, tastes real, and has the same amount of protein as normal dairy. So most people won't even know when they're drinking it because Health Canada already said it's safe. So Canada has a choice. Do we save this dairy industry that we have and is thriving, or replace cows with computers and call it progress? Canada, let me know in the comments below, is this something you even care about? Or if we get rid of the dairy industry, you just could care less. Let me know what your thoughts and opinions are in the comments below.
No, 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 no. This is going too far. They're trying to like totally eliminate cows. And I know people are going to be saying in comments and things, their farts and all that kind of stuff, whatever. Um, no, I don't agree with all this tempering of our food supplies and all that. It's not good. That's going to end up having a lot of issues with our health. Plus, we're putting people out of jobs. And there's a lot of people in this world who would benefit from this and get even more rich. I think you know where I'm going with that. Enough said.
A spoonful of ashes is taken from the body and sent to the lab. It's sifted to remove any big chunks, then cooked at over 2,800 degrees, turning the ash into carbon. Finally, the powder is spun at high speeds to separate the larger particles, and this is done 3 times until only the smallest particles remain. This fine powder is mixed into a pot of tattoo ink, and the tattoo artist uses this to line, shade, and color as normal, leaving you with a permanent design that contains a literal piece of someone you loved.
So I'm taking that that is a very precise tattoo for people who have deceased. That's not normal ink, obviously. What do you guys think of that? I mean, would you do it? Would you, I guess, I'd be considered immortalizing your past loved one by ink art on your skin? Let me know. I love reading comments and what your views are on things, and that's what I'm interested in. How many people would do that?
Okay guys, last night, finally, some actual big revelations came from the latest dump of Epstein files. So here are the 4 main things that you need to know about, and get locked in, because this one's kind of wild. First key takeaway, holy shit, we actually got emails between FBI personnel mentioning 10 possible co-conspirators of Epstein. And that's actually a huge development, because up until now, the official narrative from the Department of Justice has always been there's no one else. There's Epstein, there's Maxwell. In fact, earlier just this year, Kash Patel testified under oath that there was no credible information that Epstein trafficked young women to anyone else other than himself. In fact, it got to the point where the majority of these 10 co-conspirators were served with subpoenas by the FBI. Frustratingly though, a lot of these names were actually redacted, which also raises a lot of questions, because we were told that all of these redactions were supposed to protect victims, not the alleged co-conspirators. Now, why the FBI stopped pursuing these people like they were doing in 2019 is unknown. Second key takeaway is that Trump is actually mentioned a lot in these files that dropped last night, unlike the first batch. Now, to be clear, there are a number of documents from these files which mention Trump that are either tips or just unproven allegations, but also pieces that are verifiably false, and we'll get into that in a second. But one of the most credible things so far is that in a 2020 email, a federal prosecutor spoke about receiving new flight records showing that Trump had traveled on Epstein's jet many more times than even they were previously aware of. Again, still no smoking gun, but jeez, it's starting to get dicey now. Third is that there was a wild email in these files from someone who described themselves only as Invisible Man and just the letter A. And they were asking Ghislaine Maxwell if she had found any new inappropriate friends for them yet. And we know that this person has got to be pretty important, because they were at a summer camp at the time of sending this email for the royal family. Yeah. And then the fourth and last key takeaway is the pretty strange behavior of how the Department of Justice is actually releasing these files. Firstly, they broke the law by releasing these in multiple batches and not just all at once. Secondly, they heavily redacted a lot of questionable information. They've poorly redacted a lot of these pages, and people are literally getting around the redactions now by simply copying and then pasting the text into their notes and seeing what's underneath those bars. And then, most bizarrely, especially from last night, they're including files that are verifiably fake. For example, there was this letter that was purportedly sent by Epstein to Larry Nassar, and there's a whole thing going into there, as well as a fake video showing Epstein in his prison cell. Both of them, they say, are fake. And so that really starts to raise questions about why or how these were allowed to be included if even they are saying that they are fake. What do you guys think? Are we getting closer, or is it just, again, more fluff?
I can't believe them in anything anymore. Oh, jeez.
Are these videos glitches in the Matrix or something else, Pooshkies? You decide.
What was that last one about? I don't want to rewind at all, but I mean, what was that? A gas tank? I'm not too sure what that one was about. The one with the bird, it's still moving and you can tell it's windy. I've actually seen birds struggle to go against a really harsh wind. Though the grass didn't look like it was that windy. Like, that's a hard one. I'm not sure about that one. The one with the ground, I forget what that is. It's creepy to look at, but I think that's an actual natural phenomena, and I forget what it is. But the first one, that's the one that freaks me out, the sky. Like, I don't know any natural explanation for that. That's wild. That does make you wonder, is it a simulation? Did the rendering break down? What was that about?
No. 我说
That bear does not want to share a Coke, I can tell you that much.
Oh, he's taking him away?
Holy
You went out on the snow scooter?
Yeah. Yeah, very brave guy.
Oh. Yeah, that happened. That's scary. No, why?
Good morning, everyone. Here's Philip and his new cat, Lulu. They've been hanging out on the sofa for a couple of days. And Philip seems very happy. So does Lulu.
He seems happy. You can tell this.
See if we can get a close up.
Cat's just
look
as
at
scary.
the cuteness.
No, not cute.
This is going to be a bond that lasts forever.
It's going to be a nightmare to last forever. Why do I have to keep on seeing this? I'm really worried about this lady. She's got to be doing this for the views. No, I'm speechless. I'm done.
So it's this theory that I read that said when you avoid a deadly situation like a near car crash or something falling that almost hits you, you really didn't avoid it at all. According to the theory, you died, but your mind just can't process its own death. So instead, it instantly switched you into the closest parallel timeline where you survived. And in fact, that's why the time feels so unreal. Like, that's why the time slows down or you get that little ringing in your ear. People who believe this say that deja vu is just the loading glitch from jumping timelines. And that I've been here before feeling is basically your brain catching up to the new reality that you just shifted into. And the wild part is that some people think that every time your life feels like a little bit off, like somebody's behavior changes, small details feel wrong, or you just can't remember how you got from point A to point B. That's the leftover static from a timeline jump. So according to this theory, you might not be the original you no more. You might just be the version that survived. Have you ever had something happen that made you wonder if you woke up in the wrong reality?
Okay, I've heard this theory before. It's interesting, maybe plausible, but the thing being is the basis of it. So if you come close to dying, you've had a near miss, whatever, you're in a new timeline. But how does that cover people just dying? Like people just die at any age, whether they're young or old. I'm sure people have had near-death experiences just from health. Well, obviously they have. So, I mean, when does the time jumping stop? I mean, according to that, it sounds like it just happens forever and ever and ever. That's the problem I have with that theory. Anybody else like really good at this stuff, like know these theories inside out that can help with my confusion on this? If you have any information, let me know. Be interesting.
Devil's Lake in Wisconsin. This lake has everything. Dead giants, leviathan, serpents. It's in the mountains. It's a glacial runoff. And they speculate it could be 10,000 years old. The native people in that region, the Ho-Chunk people, talk about around this lake there was these red-headed giants that would terrorize the Ho-Chunk people. And so the Ho-Chunk people basically prayed to their god or gods or whatever to help get rid of these giants. One day there was this big storm that came over and said fire rained down from the sky, killed all the giants. Ho-Chunk people said that for years the lake was red with the giants' blood.
Oh holy moly.
That's not where it ends. This lake was inhabited by a giant wise serpent. It would also just consume and take people that would go by the lake. They tell the story of a thunderbird, giant sky being. So not necessarily a bird.
So that was just the nickname.
Yeah, this thunderbird went to battle with the serpent that occupied the lake. Said like this storm was just over the lake and it was just lightning. Ultimately, the thunderbird killed the serpent, and that's not where it ends.
Oh no!
Because even
Of course
today,
not.
people report for the past 100 years they're seeing a giant serpent-like creature in this lake still. More weird is that the military has done multiple exercises in this lake.
Really?
Yeah, so they have restricted underwater zones. There's been reports of unmarked black vehicles after these sightings, and there's occasionally those like stealth helicopters that fly around this lake.
If they're getting involved, there's something there.
Something there.
That's gotta be.
I agree. You see government somewhere, you know something's up. Oh, wow. I find it funny that pretty much all over the world, there's people who talk about a large water creature in their waters. I mean, okay, so I think you guys are catching on. I'm a bit of a conspiracy nut. And I'm just wondering, is that a dinosaur that survived? And you don't see it very often. It can go anywhere, right? If it's that big, it probably can go places fast and, stay hidden, only come up for a little bit. I mean, we have crocs and alligators. They're, technically dinosaurs. Why not some dinosaur breed that's, way bigger? Just saying.
They set up the camera to keep an eye on their toddler, but he woke up at 2 a.m., screaming and pointing at the camera. At first, his mother thought she was dreaming, but she heard a man's voice softly shushing him through the speaker. Then her husband heard it too.
No.
She ran into the toddler's room and froze. She saw the light on the baby monitor was flashing, meaning someone was watching them. You see, the monitor was connected through Wi-Fi, and someone had hacked in just to talk to their son through the camera.
Ew. I guess that's the issues you can have when you have things like that, right? I've heard of that before. And I've heard neighbors, when I babysat and stuff years ago, and there was baby monitors, and I would hear neighbors. I don't know who they were, where it was coming from, but somehow their radio waves, I guess it is, hits that baby monitor, and I would hear couples talking or arguing, and I'm just like, whoa. I mean, that's the problem with today, right?
He saved your life, but you didn't even get a word of thanks from him. Now you're suing him? What's wrong with you?
A man who saved a woman from being hit by a car is now facing sexual harassment allegations. 32-year-old Daniel Reed noticed a woman, Jessica Moore, walking straight onto the road while looking down at her phone. A car was heading straight for her, seconds away from impact. Daniel reacted instantly, grabbing her and pulling her back just as the vehicle zoomed past. Surveillance footage confirmed that his actions prevented a serious accident. But here is the twist. Jessica filed a formal complaint alleging that Daniel's actions were inappropriate and violated her personal space. Her legal team argues that even in emergency situations, you do not have the right to touch another person without consent. Daniel is in shock. He thought he was saving a life and maintains he had no ulterior motives. The video clearly shows him releasing her immediately after pulling her to safety. The case has sparked a nationwide debate. Millions believe Daniel deserves praise, not punishment. Daniel insists his sole intention was to save a life. Do you think he did the right thing?
I mean, technically he did the right thing, but holy crap, these days, you know what? Let her get hit by the car. Let her get hit by the car. Seriously. Who does that? This world's going insane. And like, what court would he even accept that? Like, that's going to get laughed out, right? That better get laughed out of court. Who's that? Oh, my word. She should be ashamed of herself. What is wrong with her head? Wow.
What's that? Oh, a guy in Idaho got scratched by a skunk and then about 5 days later was found in his home, brain dead? Tell me more! Yeah, so apparently this guy goes up to the skunk, gets scratched by it, he leaves, he thinks everything's okay, goes on with his life, but then 5 days later, he's found in his home, brain dead, from the scratches of a skunk. Oh, goody. But it doesn't stop there. What happens is he was a donor, so his organs get transplanted to other people throughout the world. One person in particular in Michigan got a kidney from him. Things started off fine from the guy's kidney transplant, but then a little while down the road, he starts to feel ill and gets sick. He started having tremors and just headaches, and certain things started going on with his body. Shortly after, he then dies as well. They finally found out that this was from rabies that the skunk had, and then when people got these organs, the rabies were still inside and infected in the organs. Oh, fun! Luckily, they were able to find the other people that got the organ transplants. They were able to help them out, and they did not perish, luckily. Oh, boy.
I mean, isn't it common knowledge if you get bit or scratched by a wildlife, you should get a rabies shot? I mean, I think only one person in history has ever survived rabies. And I mean, why did they give out those organs? Why wasn't... That's scary. That sounds more like greed for those transplants. I don't understand how that wasn't figured out before donating. Scary. That's some scary stuff.
This optical illusion is crazy. Have a look at this image. Just keep focus on the cross in the centre of the circle. As you continue to stare at the cross, you should start to see a green dot appear and move around the circle. Keep concentrating on the cross, because slowly but surely those purple dots will begin to vanish. They might disappear one at a time, or they might disappear entirely. The weird thing is, when you look away from the cross and back to the purple dots, they reappear. As you focus back on the cross, you begin to see the green dot again, and the purple dots begin to vanish. It's a crazy optical illusion, because when you watch this entire video again and just look at the dots, you'll see that there is no green dot, and the purple dots do not vanish at all. If this one worked for you, I want you to hit like and let me know what you saw in the comments below. Share this one with a friend so they can try it as well, and hit follow for more weird illusions just like this one.
Is there something wrong with me? It didn't work for me. I still saw all the dots and the green one going over them. Okay, so there might be something wrong, or I don't know, maybe there's something right. Yikes, I'm a little worried about that.
Mirrors are kind of a strange thing. Hear me out on this. Have you ever just looked at your own reflection in a mirror for a long period of time? I mean a long period of time. Like at least 5 to 10 minutes just staring at it? Because if you have, sometimes what looks back at you isn't you anymore. Yeah, that reflection moves in a way that you're not moving. People have experienced this, and I've heard about it for years. But to tell you the truth, I ain't never doing it. I'm not just going to stare at my reflection in a mirror. It's bad enough I'm doing it in a phone right now. And wait for that reflection to do something that I'm not doing. Like maybe give me a wink or something else even weirder than that. Mirrors could be a window to another dimension or another reality altogether, where we're not really seeing our own reflection, we're just seeing the other us, if you know what I mean. So, if you ever feel like doing it, if you want to chance it, just stare into the mirror at yourself for a while, like I said, 5-10 minutes, and see if that reflection changes while you're looking at it. Okay, I just felt like sharing this with you, Booshkies. Shabadoo!
Okay. Yeah, no, I haven't done that, but I've heard about that. And no, there is something with mirrors. You know that thing, I think it was our first video on here when you covered the mirror and you can still see our reflection. Yeah, that freaked me out because I was pretty sure that was fake and edited, and it's not. That makes no sense to me. I know they try to explain that is blah 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 blah, but still, that doesn't it doesn't sit well with me. Plus, they also say if you have a mirror reflecting another mirror, that it causes portals or something like that. I don't know. I don't think I'm brave enough to stare at myself for 10 minutes. I mean, I don't like looking at my own reflection just standing there. That's kind of creepy. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll get brave enough at some point and attempt this, but if I do, I'm going to actually record it to be sure that it's not my own mind losing it and that something did wink back at me. Or not back at me, but just winked at me, because it'd be doing the opposite of what I'm doing. And see, I'm already confusing myself.
The last 24 hours have been insane. An Australian skydiver's parachute got caught on the tail of an aeroplane 15,000 feet in the air. The jumper remained stuck as he started desperately trying to cut the 11 cords on the tangled parachute. Fearing that the aircraft could crash, the others were directed to jump for their own safety. Only 2 remained to watch the trapped skydiver free himself, which fortunately he was eventually able to do. Time magazine officially named the 2025 Person of the Year, and it wasn't even a person. They said, quote, 2025 was the year that AI's full potential roared into view, and also when it became clear that there'll be no turning back. Therefore, the architects of AI are Time's 2025 Person of the Year. 6 TikTokers have been arrested after an award show, including Ethiopia's Creator of the Year. 5 influencers were detained on allegations of wearing indecent attire at an award show, and today a 6th creator, Adonai Berhane, who has actually got almost 4 million followers and was named TikToker of the Year, was also detained and is now under investigation. Ethiopian federal police are now warning that they will take further action against anyone violating the country's cultural values or promoting what they described as shallow culture. A couple of days ago, the US military seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela, alleging that it was smuggling oil to Iran. But now the White House says that it will be transported to a US port and they will be keeping it. Caroline Leavitt said the United States does intend to seize the oil. However, there is a legal process for the seizure of that oil, and that legal process will be followed. Venezuela accused America of committing an act of international piracy. After some of Bulgaria's largest protests in decades, the government and its prime minister have officially been forced to resign. The head of NATO issued a stark warning saying that Russia could attack a NATO country within 5 years, saying, "We must prepare for the scale of war our grandparents or great-grandparents endured." And finally, Justin Bieber returned to the bowling alley where it all began. This was the location where the infamous Baby music video was recorded. Today, it is abandoned and falling apart, truly signaling the end of an era.
Wow. So AI is replacing people all the way around, including the Person of the Year. That really is some crazy stuff. They're crazy. Wow. I think that deer got woken up from a really good nap there and was not really coherent until that moment. Oh, that'd be great though, to just be able to pet a deer like that.
There's a theory for Home Alone 1. So the whole movie is actually an allegory for Christianity. And Jesus is actually in the movie. Remember the really creepy old man in the movie? That's actually supposed to be Jesus the whole time. Remember the first time he shows up?
In the house, right?
No, it was at a store.
Oh,
and
yeah,
he's
yeah.
buying things at the store. And he notices he has a bandage on his hand and he's bleeding, right?
Yeah.
It's bleeding from the top with the bandage.
Okay.
Later, when Kevin is running away from the burglars, and then where he's running to? He runs into a church. He runs into a church, right? And then remember the burglars go, oh, I don't like that. It's because they feel the presence of God. Now, when he walks in there, the script itself, if you read the Home Alone script, it says Kevin walks in and he realized the Spirit of God is there.
Oh, deadass?
Yeah, in the script.
Oh.
That was like the emotion they were trying to play off on the scene. He sits down in the pews, and guess who sits beside him?
The old man?
The old man, yeah. But this time you see his hand facing this way. And what is it? It's the bandage, and the blood is in the middle.
Okay.
Just like when Jesus had the nail through his hand.
Insane.
So it shows that it went through both sides, fam. Now at the end of the movie, what happened? When he couldn't take on the burglars by himself, who saved him?
It was the old man, right?
It was the old man that saved him when he couldn't do it himself and sacrifice himself to save.
I think people have too much time on their hands. I really do. I don't think you're saying he's God or Jesus. That'll be Jesus because the hand bit. I don't think Jesus would have walked around with a shovel hitting people in the back of the head. Just saying. Yeah, that was something.
Y'all, this right here is crazy. And I don't think enough people talk about this shit. So I'm hearing your Wi-Fi is not just giving you internet no more. It's also tracking your movement. It's reading your body. And even in some cases, it's tracking your heartbeat and your breathing. We're not talking about a camera. We're not talking about your phone that's in your pocket. We're just talking about the Wi-Fi bouncing off your body. The signals. Think about that for a second. Every time you walk in a room, your body distorts a Wi-Fi signal. And these distortions can be analyzed. Are y'all keeping up? That means the system can tell if someone is present in that room, where they're standing, how they're breathing, everything. That should sound like something off a sci-fi movie. Researchers say that your body creates a Wi-Fi signature. A Wi-Fi signature. So essentially, it's like a fingerprint. So that means the signal pattern that's for you doesn't look the same from somebody else. So technically, the Wi-Fi doesn't need to see you. It just needs to feel you. Y'all don't hear how crazy this shit is? Y'all let me know what y'all think about this down below in the comments. Have you ever heard about this before? Or is this new to you? And as always, you already know, I drop shit every day. So if you want to stay updated on everything news, hit that follow.
That makes me want to reconsider my Wi-Fi.
Have you heard of the two-way app? The concept is that you can still communicate with your deceased loved ones.
Oh boy.
It's like they're FaceTiming, and the commercial is like she was FaceTiming with her mother that passed. Her new baby. Baby grows up, becomes like an adult, and then he's FaceTiming with his grandmother, and it's her voice, her likeness.
You take the app and you record a video of the person before they pass away. You have them turn to the side. You have them say a few sentences and words. That way the AI can take it and then make their own voice specifically for them, and then you upload that to the app, and then it creates this avatar of your loved one.
I hate that.
And you can have full-on conversations with it.
Their catch line at the top of their website says, "Human connection reimagined in the age of AI."
Not human connection.
It's a robot.
You take them like almost like a personality test with it, and so you have your loved one sit down, they fill out a survey, and like crazy.
It's weird.
We are living in Black Mirror more than ever before.
I know.
Literally. Terrifying.
No matter how weird we think it is, someone's going to use it.
Never watched Black Mirror, but that's scary once again. I guess AI is also going to take over your loved ones. Yeah, no, that's a little bit too freaky for me, and it doesn't feel right. It feels wrong.
Just hold your chicken. Don't hurt my chicken. I'm not gonna hurt your chicken. You got any weapons on you? Why don't we put that chicken in my car over here for a second? My baby. Yep, we'll take care of that. I love you. Chicken inside, please. I love you, Mommy. What's your chicken's name? Mommy. This is my baby. That's okay. My baby chicken. It's okay. He's a good chicken. I'm sorry, I'll clean it up. We got it. I'll sit on it, sir, if I have to. I fucked up. Can't make this up, Josh. Can't make this up.
He loves his chicken. See you later, Paul.
These signs should never be ignored when visiting a cemetery. First, never greet the dead with the word hello. That word is meant for the living. The dead cannot answer, and spirits may take offense and start seeking revenge. Second, never eat anything that has grown on cemetery soil. It belongs to the dead, and if you take it, spirits may come to you in dreams or visions, demanding what's theirs. Third, never go to the cemetery with your hair down. Loose hair is believed to attract entities that can attach themselves to it and slowly drain your life energy. Fourth, never walk straight home after visiting a cemetery. You must stop somewhere first, a store, a cafe, anywhere, to leave the energy of death behind. Fifth, never raise or move crosses in the cemetery, and never call upon someone else's sorrow. Doing so invites darkness into your life. Sixth, never leave your personal belongings behind. If you do, they'll belong to the dead now, and they'll take a piece of your soul with them. Seventh, never clean someone else's grave. You're entering a space where you are not welcome. And finally, never visit the cemetery on the birthday of the deceased. It's believed that on that day, the dead demand a gift, and they may take a living soul instead. Tell me, did you know about these rules? Write it in the comments. I read every single one. And subscribe to me so you don't miss the next creepy story.
No, I do not know about those rules, but those rules are kind of freaky. Some of it I can see. Some of it's respect. A couple I question, like leaving something of yours that takes a piece of your soul. But I don't know how many of us will go to a grave site of our loved one and be like, hi, in, your family member's name and say that you miss them. I don't know. What do you think about that, Liz? That's kind of scary. Oh, thank you for the submission.
Hi, what are you doing? Can I help you?
Oh, very cute.
Yep. What are you?
What are you? What are you still standing there for?
That looks like a gigantic spider.
Oh, I know exactly what it looks like. Again, why are you still standing there?
I agree.
And you're gonna turn your back away from it. Away from it to take a look at the view. It's a pretty view. Enjoy it. Might be your last. No, thank you.
Psych. Yeah, this guy has got my exact thoughts too. It's like, hey, something freaky there. Let's say hi to it. Let's bring attention to it and then turn our backs to it so it can suck out your brain. Like, I don't know. If that was, if that was real, don't you think they would either run away or keep their eye on it? No.
This ain't the song to wake Woody up. Chosen tree. All your friends have come to say it's time to rise and shine today. No.
What?
No, it's not getting up. Oh my God!
Why are they cheering?
Oh my God! He's up! Oh my God! Oh no!
Why are people cheering that Nightmare Fuel on? What did I just watch? What was this? And I mean, it kind of looks like Thomas the Tank Engine kind of slammed into a Christmas tree. No, thank you.
You know, Speed is the first person gonna get sued by a robot? Wait, why?
It's nasty. Come on. Man, shut your ass up. Shut the up before I knock your head off your shoulder, little big man.
You know the robot that was on stream that was like kicking him and they were like doing sparring? Yeah.
Let's fight. Come on.
Is he really angry?
Shit, what's up? Yeah, watch out! Watch out!
He was doing unnecessary things to like, he was Yeah. So now the creators of that robot are suing him because the robot got injured and he was supposed to like do a lot of more shoots, but because Speed did all that it ruined all his bags. So
That's kind of fair though. If he damaged it.
But like, oh man, it's crazy.
But it is almost dystopian. Like, oh, he got sued because of a robot.
Get your ugly ass off my. All right, bro, watch out. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yep, that's it. That's it. Yep.
You got problems, dude.
No, bro. No, that's it. No, bro, that's it. No, that's it. You think I'm playing, bro?
That he's got some serious problems. What the heck? It's a robot. Is he seriously that angry at a robot? Plus, I feel cheated because at the beginning of this clip it said that he was going to be the first person that was sued by a robot. No, it's still humans suing him. It's just the makers of the robot, which they should do because he was kind of off his rocker there. Like, why?
If NASA really went to the moon, you can't convince me that this is how they came back home. Because this is how we launched to outer space here on Earth. Multi-billion-dollar launch pads and support towers, massive fuel tanks, months of prep work, huge rocket explosion with a blazing trail of molten rocket fuel, possibly the most impressive feat of modern human engineering that anyone could possibly experience. But on the moon, a tiny metal cabin covered in tinfoil with skinny metal legs sitting on an uneven, dusty surface just pops away and detaches, flying all the way up into orbit just like that. Like, listen, I understand the moon has only 1/6 of Earth's gravitational pull, and therefore requires much less force to reach escape velocity, the speed required to enter into a planet or moon's orbit. But something about this liftoff just doesn't look right. No blast crater, no scorch marks, no sustained burn time, no epic powerful rocket launch, just a quick spark and it flies straight up into the stratosphere, or the moonosphere, or whatever. I just have a hard time believing that 1/6 of Earth's gravity goes from a monumental rocket eruption like this to a simple pop and detach like that. And then after effortlessly breaking free from the moon's gravity, this lunar lander reunited with a craft that was orbiting the moon, which just clicked back together like IKEA furniture and then peacefully glided everyone back home with a splashdown in the ocean. Don't get me wrong, I'm probably gonna get a lot of hate for this, but I do believe we went to the moon. I could be wrong though. There is a lot of sketchy business that went down with the moon landings, but overall I feel like the evidence in support of them slightly outweighs the evidence against it. Just my opinion, but something about this return back to Earth moon launch just doesn't sit right with me. This is one of those videos that I'm almost positive NASA faked just to flex their technical superiority to the world, most notably to the Soviets, who they were in a space race with at the time to intimidate them with their flight supremacy. Expecting to air this once or twice on TV, never to be seen or closely examined by people on a mass scale ever again. Not anticipating that humans would be sharing and inspecting this footage 50 years later on the internet. But apparently NASA is sending people back to the lunar surface with Artemis 3, set to launch sometime in mid-2027, but is likely to see delays, with Artemis 2 planned for the first quarter of 2026, which will see 4 astronauts sent to orbit around the moon and then circle back home to Earth over the course of 10 days. The first manned mission to the vicinity of the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972, which is exactly where this footage is supposedly from. And trust me, the tinfoil hats are going to be watching real close on this next one. I think it's high time we get an HD remake of this moon launch. Please make sure to pack your 4K cameras this time.
Yeah, that does seem weird. And I was about to say, you know, well, they probably have a different atmosphere there, but I mean, there's so much, like, I don't know, like the whole moon landing, they now lost the footage. It was only aired, and I'm thinking for something that is supposed to be one of the biggest steps for mankind would have been guarded a little bit better than that. I don't know. That it does seem like there's a lot of suspicious things there. And what do you think?
There's something really strange in this picture, and it's not that I covered up the girl's face. Let's take a closer look, and you'll see it. Okay, so we got the girl, and she's walking her dog, but take a closer look at that dog. Do you notice anything? You notice anything a little bit odd about the dog? Yeah, there's something not right there.
Demon
but
dog.
Let's, like a nice curious cheesehead, look a little Closer. Yeah, this doggy looks a little different to me. Are those horns? Are those cloven hooves? What's going on? You know, for a second I thought it might be a goat. But this ain't no goat, and it ain't no dog. That's some kind of demon. That's some kind of demon pretending to be a dog. Now look, you can tell me there's something wrong with me, and I'm jumping to conclusions, and you know what? Most times you might be right. But not now, with this demon dog, 'cause that ain't no dog, like I said before. That's some kind of demon. According to legend, demons often masquerade as other animals, household pets, so to speak. And that could be what's going on here. But I want to know what you think. Let me know your opinion, Booshkies. Right down there, in the comment section. Shabadoo.
Yeah, no. So many questions. Yeah, no. I've heard that mimics are supposed to try to pose as, your pets and stuff. Maybe that was a mimic? I don't know.
It is so over for Ibo Noah. The Ghanaian man who wrongly predicted a Christmas apocalypse has been arrested. And before we start, anyone now saying this?
Ibo Noah, Dylan Page's best friend, has been arrested.
Bro, what? Why is he my best friend now? Anyone saying that, shush. Now, local media report that he was picked up by Ghana's special cyber vetting team as part of their crackdown on individuals online making public declarations and prophecies that could cause fear or public disorder.
Father, I am crying.
Now, they haven't actually publicly detailed the allegations against Ibo Noah, nor have they stated any formal charges, court dates, or bail conditions. But right before bro was arrested, he was even doing brand deals and selling iPhones. How could we be best friends?
I think he was getting his, his 5 minutes of fame in and to cash in. Yeah, I didn't say anything at all about that. Like, I will see you the day after.
What's that? Oh, scientists have proven that humans can only see 4% of what's in front of them? Tell me more. Scientists have proven that humans can only see 4% of what's in front of them, meaning we're not seeing practically anything that is really there. This is why if you take a Tesla, for example, down to a cemetery and you turn on the biometric camera, you're going to see human beings walking around, all around, but yet you don't see them with your naked eye, but you'll see them on the biometric camera. Oh, I love that. This is why the contacts that they recently made that can see in the dark are seeing certain figures that you can't see with the naked eye. So it's so fun. There have been many inventions in the past that they haven't been able to release because of this issue. And not to mention in the 60s when they had the issue with the goggles in the war and they were seeing certain figures and they were shooting at them, but they weren't really there apparently. Okay.
So that's pretty freaky there. What do you think? Would you want to see everything around you that you couldn't see? Even if that meant seeing, deceased people or, I don't know, interdimensional entities. I don't know what's all around us. I just know that I think there's a whole lot more to the world than, we do see or know about. And I've been saying that for the longest time. So, and I can believe that they're not letting out some technology, new things, because they accidentally tapped into that and they don't want either A, they don't want to freak us out, or B, they have us in a narrative that they don't want us to know anymore. And I don't know. I do think they try to dumb us down. Maybe that's my conspiracy-ness in my head. It's not even a word, conspiracy-ness. I'm sorry, I'm making up words.
Here we go. We got another f***ing speeder coming into the school zone. I'm gonna want you to slow the f*** down. Put it down the fucking school zone.
Oh, they stopped. Okay, I don't condone this. You can get in a lot of trouble. You can get fined and stuff for that. Or you can cause an accident. But, I mean, I gotta admit, that was funny.
You're so quick.
I want one.
If it's the quickest, who's the quickest?
So sweet.
What are you doing?
He's like a kitty cat.
Some of you might have noticed that it looks a little bit run down. Not to worry, our engineer is going to pick up speed to 90 miles an hour. And we figure if we have everyone hop at the same time, we'll be able to cross that bridge no problem. Just kidding, of course. We will not be
That's
crossing
mean.
this bridge.
That is so mean. Okay, what if somebody had a heart condition and they did that and someone started having like heart palpitations or, you know, a heart attack, whatever? That's not cool. You don't know, you know, people's medical history. I would be freaking out. What the heck?
Every state has a creepy urban legend, which is why I'm going to be telling you about the scariest one from each state. Puckwudgies, Massachusetts. The Puckwudgies are small human-like creatures that are said to be tricksters. They often disappear without a trace and have the ability to shapeshift. If you encounter one, be careful, as they have led many people to their deaths by pushing them off cliffs. Michigan Triangle, Michigan. Over the years, ships and planes have mysteriously gone missing within Lake Michigan. UFO sightings, equipment failure, and time gaps have all been reported to occur. Some say this could be due to storms, but many think something darker might be happening. The Wendigo, Minnesota. The Wendigo is considered to be one of the oldest Native American monsters. It's said that anyone who consumes another human runs the risk of becoming one. Its hunger is never satisfied, so if you smell rotting flesh or feel dread while in the woods, it could mean one is near. Witch of Yazoo, Mississippi. Legend says an old woman tormented fishermen along the Yazoo River until she was chased off into the swamps. Trapped in quicksand, she swore she would return in 20 years to burn the town to the ground. And exactly 20 years after her death, a massive fire would do just that. Zombie Road, Missouri. Located on one of the largest Native American burial grounds, Zombie Road is considered to be extremely haunted. It's claimed that visitors hear mysterious screams coming from the tree line and are often followed by shadow figures. And in extreme cases, even being attacked by something inhuman.
How does friction make objects magically stick to the wall? Well, this is going super viral, and the reason is actually pretty cool. You see, when you slide an object on paint hard and fast, it creates friction. And similar to rubbing your hands together, that friction creates heat. So the heat created from that quick slide will soften specific latex paints just enough that it acts like a weak glue or putty.
Do it.
Yeah, I have the overwhelming urge to test that, but did you see the marks that was left on the walls? Well, I guess it could be wiped off pretty easy with a wipe, but I may actually do this, and that might be a little bit too much fun for me.
So this guy doesn't bathe or he doesn't brush his teeth, but that's not
Yeah, he
even
looks
the
it.
worst thing about him. Now the guy's name is Pazuzu, and Pazuzu is around 29 years old when this story starts, and he's living in North Carolina, and Pazuzu, he's a very strange guy. Like, he is obsessed with Satanism and other kinds of dark mythology, and on top of being strange, he also has some serious mental health issues and addiction issues. And so one day in 2007, he decides that he is done taking his medication for his mental illness. I mean, he's just going to stop cold turkey. And because he has a bad habit of drinking a ton of alcohol and doing meth all the time, this makes his mental health issues 100 times worse. And from
They
here,
need to be
Pazuzu's
worse.
life just kind of keeps spiraling downward. Like, he's partying all the time, he's drinking alcohol and doing drugs. Sometimes he'll do really hard drugs, like smack. Not only that, but he also stops practicing good hygiene. Like, according to his friends, he showers maybe once a year. He brushes his teeth maybe once a year. Because he has this weird idea that cleaning himself will wash away his natural immunities or something like that. Now, despite being around 29, 30 years old, Pazuzu still lives at his mom's house with her. And he absolutely trashes his mom's house. Like, he's got friends over all day, and they, like, party all the time, every day. Like, there are no rules. And either he or the people hanging out will throw trash everywhere, they'll just, like, smash shit that's lying around, they'll straight up pee on the carpet, sometimes they'll just straight up poop on the carpet. So this place is a total dump, and it smells terrible because there's poop on the carpet, nobody cleans up anything. Really, these people are disgusting. And Pazuzu's mom doesn't seem to care. She just, like, lets them do it. And on top of all that, they have a bunch of pets who live there too. And these pets all pee and shit on the floor. And this goes on for a few years. These stank-ass hippies who hang out in Pazuzu's poop house, they just sit around all day and do hard drugs. And over time, they kind of become, like, loyal followers of his. And they accept him as this sort of dark spiritual leader, like a guy they look up to. It's a bit cult-like. But then, around 2009, this guy shows up. His name's Josh. And Josh, he starts partying in this house with the others. And Josh, he's a nice enough guy, but to the others, he's an outsider. And he doesn't exactly look up to Pazuzu like the other guys do. And Pazuzu, he doesn't like this at all. Like, he doesn't like that this Josh guy is someone that he can't control. So he decides that he's gonna make Josh miserable. And one day, when Josh is at the house partying with the others, allegedly, Pazuzu forces him down into the basement. And there, he ties him up. Apparently, he had heard that Josh is some kind of snitch or something like that. And so Pazuzu just leaves him there. And he basically starves him. For days, allegedly. This is what a witness claimed. But a few days later, Pazuzu brings Josh back upstairs. And instead of letting him go, he gets a rifle, and he points it at him, and blam, blam, he shoots Josh like 10 times. And he unalives him. And what's crazy is Pazuzu doesn't do this when, like, no one is home. There are actually people around witnessing this. Like, his whole party crew is all there, and they're probably high out of their minds. And Pazuzu's mom is there, too. I mean, she allegedly comes out of her room, and she sees Pazuzu holding the rifle, but she, like, does nothing. And so anyway, then, later, Pazuzu and his friends, they move the body back down to the basement. And once it's in the basement, they just let it rot down there. And Pazuzu uses cat litter and chlorine to hide the smell. I'm telling you, these are some weird-ass people. Anyway, now at some point, I guess the dead body smell gets to be too much or something, I'm not sure. But eventually, Pazuzu moves the body and he buries it in the backyard in a shallow grave. Now, like I said, this crime had a bunch of witnesses. Like, people saw Pazuzu murder Josh in the house, and some of them even helped him move the body. So pretty quickly, word gets out that this all happened. And one woman calls the police. And she tells them that she knows of a dead body in the basement of Pazuzu's mom's house. So one day, the police show up to the stank-ass hippie poop house, and they question Pazuzu, and of course, he denies murdering anyone.
Sounds accurate.
He lets the police walk around and check the place out. They go into the basement, and they look, but by this point, the body had been moved and buried in the backyard. So these cops don't see any evidence of any wrongdoing, just a guy with a filthy house, which, you know, having a filthy house isn't against the law. So the police leave, and nothing comes of it. About 2 months later, this guy shows up to the house, Tommy. And Tommy is there to either just hang out in the filth or do some drugs with the others, I'm not sure. Now, believe it or not, Pazuzu's stank ass actually has a girlfriend. He apparently has multiple girlfriends, because I guess these women have no standards. But the woman I'm referring to is this woman, Amber. And so one night, Tommy is at the house, sitting on the couch, and for some reason, Amber's crazy ass gets the rifle, and suddenly, blam, she shoots Tommy, and she freaking unalives him. And Pazuzu's mom hears the gunshot, and she comes out of her room to see what happened, and she sees Amber holding the rifle, and she sees Tommy dead. But again, she doesn't do anything about it, she just goes on with her life. Like, what the fuck, lady? So, since Amber is the one who actually killed this guy, I guess she is now in charge of getting rid of the body. So she texts one of her friends to come over and help bury Tommy. and her friend comes over, and they go into the backyard, and they start digging a grave, and they bury him. While Pazuzu is there as well, and he's just like, I guess, watching and directing the whole thing. And so they get away with it. Like, years go by, and it's now 2014, and Pazuzu is 35 years old at this point. And police still haven't caught on to them. So no one outside Pazuzu's inner circle suspects that there are bodies buried in the backyard. So it seems like he and Amber are gonna get away with these murders and just keep on living this stank-ass party lifestyle. Until one day something unexpected happens. Police just happen to show up at one of Pazuzu's friends' houses. And they're there looking into a completely different crime, something unrelated to Pazuzu. But they question one of Pazuzu's friends. And immediately the friend is like, is this about Pazuzu? And then he proceeds to tell the police all about the two bodies buried in Pazuzu's backyard. So this, of course, gets police's attention. I mean, this is not the first time they've been told Pazuzu's killed someone. So they're really hoping this can now lead to something. Now, I don't know if it's coincidence, but around this time, another friend comes forward telling police a similar story about how he had heard that there are bodies buried in Pazuzu's backyard. And so this kicks off a big investigation, and police come to Pazuzu's poop house, and they search the place, and the place is so filthy and toxic that they literally have to wear full hazmat suits before they go in. That is disgusting. But eventually, they excavate the backyard, and there they find the bodies of both Josh and Tommy. And so, bam, they arrest Pazuzu. Here's his mugshot. Also, bam, they arrest Amber. Here's her mugshot. And bam, they arrest Amber's friend who helped bury Tommy's body. Here's her mugshot. And I couldn't find any information about Pazuzu's mom, but I hope they arrested her too. But anyway, Amber, she ends up taking a plea deal, and she gets sentenced to 30 to 40 years in prison, while her friend who helped bury the body, she gets sentenced to 3 to 5 years in prison, while Pazuzu, he doesn't get sentenced at all because while he was waiting for his trial, he actually unalived himself in jail.
Of course he did. I don't get that. So they get a tip that there's a dead body in the basement, and it wasn't there. And cops are just like, oh yeah, it's not there. You know, it's a dirty place and everything, and obviously a lot of bad stuff happens there. If the pictures we see are anywhere accurate, I guess. It's like, why wouldn't they have looked around? I mean, did they not go to the backyard? They just dropped it. They didn't push any further as him as a suspect. I don't get it. I mean, am I missing something on that? I don't know. They could have found him a lot earlier, but whatever, right?
This is from Reno, Nevada, just the other night. It was seen by a bunch of people. There's a lot of pictures and a lot of video of this. Now, while I'm born and raised in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, I've been living in Reno, Nevada, or that area, for over the last 30 years. And I've never seen anything like that light in the sky we got the other night. People don't know what this was, and we still don't know what this was. But it was big, it was lit up, and it flew through the sky, baby cakes. Okay, I just wanted to share that with you, Booshkies.
Baby cakes.
Shabadoo.
Shabadoo. It was kind of pretty. I thought it was just like something like a star that was up in the sky, but it was flying. Oh, wow. Hope they figured that one out.
Guys, you're going to see something very bizarre in this video that was shared with me by Ian Chandler out of rural London, England. He sets out food and water for this fox at 1:01 in the morning, and he's standing back here minding his own business, eating the food, drinking the water, when all of a sudden you can see he's noticing something over here by the fence. So he walks over to the fence, starts kind of looking around, smelling around. This is the fence right here that I've inserted. I'll show it to you again. That's the fence in the daytime. Did you see what happened? The fox disappeared, walked right through the fence. Time sequence did not change. This video has not been altered in any way. Watch it again up close. Okay, he's standing there eating, minding his own business, when all of a sudden he notices something. He's drawn to the fence. So he walks over to the fence, stops. Something has him very drawn to the fence. Then all of a sudden, he just walks right through the fence. With all of the billions of cameras around the world that are recording 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they're bound to catch something mysterious like this, because we do live in a spiritual, energetic world. And as you can see, there's no broken parts to this fence whatsoever. It's in pristine condition. But somehow on this night, the fox walked right through the fence. Make that make sense.
I mean, if you want to make it make sense, like you want me to make it make sense, I would just say editing AI. It's frustrating because we just got duped by AI as well, and it's hard to tell what's completely real and what's not anymore. I don't know what you guys think. Maybe aliens were on the other side of the fence and they like boop beamed them through the fence and took them up. You never know. Could be.
This guy just proved the glitch in the Matrix is real, because after finishing work, he spotted a strange sweatshirt lying in his truck. At first, he didn't think much of it, but then he took a closer look and realized something was seriously wrong, because he only owned one sweatshirt like that, and he was already wearing it.
I've had this jacket for probably like 3-4 years, and I've never seen another one
He's
like.
not wearing a sweater.
But yeah, I take it off whenever I get back in my truck after work, and I see this one lying on the floor of my truck, and I don't know how the got it. I accidentally duplicated this bitch or something, because I've never seen another jacket like this in my whole life.
Now apparently, this isn't an isolated incident. Stuff like this happens more than you'd think, and many people have reported having similar experiences, like this girl right here who experienced a similar glitch, because while doing her laundry, she discovered she suddenly had two of the exact same shirt. One she's owned for years, with no clue where the second one could have possibly come from.
I'm doing laundry, right? I just folded this shirt, which I've had forever. Mind you, I've only had one melatonin gummy, so I'm not delirious or anything. And what's my next one to fold? The same shirt in a smaller size. I've never had two of these shirts.
So is the universe actually duplicating things? What do you think? And have you ever experienced a glitch in the Matrix?
I don't know if that's a glitch in the Matrix. That sounds more like multiple realities, especially when she said that she had that shirt, but in a different size. Maybe a different version of hers is bigger or smaller slightly. And she has both of them now. I don't know.
This is actually brilliant. People are using those VR glasses and they're creating massive businesses out of them. Like this lady here, she's drawing designs on the front of this business here, being paid to do it. And people are making loads of money out of it. You can do themed ones, any picture, and there's no artistic skill needed whatsoever. You're basically just tracing the lines of these things. Brilliant.
Kind of takes away from the human touch, but I don't know. I guess you gotta earn a living. Kind of takes actual artists out of a job, though.
So I found some of the most mysterious, unexplained sounds ever recorded. And I have to warn you, they're pretty creepy. Julia. In 1999, hydrophones in the Pacific Ocean recorded a strange, drawn-out sound that lasted more than a minute. It was so loud, it was picked up by sensors thousands of miles apart. Experts claim it's probably ice breaking off in Antarctica, but many have wondered if it's something more than that. Skyquakes. All over the world, people have reported deep, echoing booms in the sky with seemingly no cause. They can rattle windows and even shake houses. Now, there are countless theories trying to explain them, but one thing is known for sure. They sound absolutely terrifying. The WOW signal. A radio telescope captured a powerful signal coming from deep space in 1977. It lasted 72 seconds, and its strength and pattern made it seem like it was coming from an intelligent source. However, after decades of searching, the signal has never been heard again.
Wow, that was pretty freaky. Who knows? Those, what's it, no, they're calling them skyquakes. When that became a big thing, they just didn't really have a name for it, or at least I never heard it until a while later. It's all pretty creepy, right? I've heard a skyquake, like a weird noise like that, but it wasn't very long. But it makes you feel like it's the end of the earth when it's happening. I'll tell you that much.
I don't know how many times they can admit this stuff before people wake up. In 2013, the US government finally let something slip and nobody cared. They admitted they spent decades studying psychic abilities. I'm not talking about crystals and horoscopes. I'm talking about remote viewing, telepathy, mind influencing. It was a classified military program. And they told the public, don't worry, we shut it down because it didn't work. Well, that's the cover story. The final report didn't say it failed. It said the results were statistically significant. That's government language for, we got results we can't explain and don't want you asking about. Now let me ask you something. If it didn't work, why run it for decades? Why fund it? Why classify it? You don't shut down something that doesn't work. You shut it down when it works a little too well. But here's the real issue. So pretty much they proved the human mind can operate beyond the body. Like, consciousness isn't something that's confined. So no, I don't think the program ended. It just got quieter. The most dangerous weapons on Earth isn't a bomb. It's a human mind that knows what it can really do. So if they admitted psychics are real, what else are they hiding? Stay weird.
I don't even know. Maybe they didn't shut it down. They just took it more secretive, because if it's working, why would they want to shut it down? I mean, the reason, well, at least what I heard, the reason why they wanted people with those abilities was to be able to spy on enemies and everything. And if they're figuring it out, I don't think they would shut it down. Probably up it and make it a little bit more secretive. My guess.
What are you doing? Real quick. I got the camera on while I'm eating. Well, that's my favorite apple juice. Don't drink my stuff. I'll be right. What? I gotta get one more thing. I'll be right back. Got that camera on me. Don't take my apple juice. Well, you got the camera on me? Like, what's wrong with you?
Okay. So I found out the perfect hack to see if you have a UTI or not. So you take some of your pee, like you pee in the cup, and then you put apple juice in, and they said stick like a little cotton padded thing and just dip it in there. And if it turns if it turns like a brown color, then you have a UTI. If it stays the same color, then you're good.
A what? A what?
Looks like I'm good.
A what?
Urinary tract infection.
Apple juice, right?
And pee.
You f***ing lying.
I told you not to drink my stuff. You drank some?
You lying, Lex. Tell me you lying. Tell me this a break.
I'm serious.
You're lying. Don't drink that apple juice.
I told you not to drink my
I drunk that.
I said don't
You
drink.
poured it from that.
It had stuff in there before I poured
Oh
it.
my God.
That is so mean. And okay, she needs to be an actress. She kept that up really well. Oh my word, you need an award, lady.
Water began to pour in from the vents in the elevator, and within seconds, it flooded up to their necks, stopping them from pressing the open button. If they didn't act fast, the water would trap them inside as they slowly drowned. So they stepped onto the railings to keep their heads above the surface. And one person managed to call 911 while another called his roommate. But before rescuers could even arrive, the elevator was almost filled to the ceiling. So the roommate pried the doors open and saved their lives.
Oh, nice. Okay, I'm gonna admit it. At first, I was gonna be like, he called his roommate, really? I mean, 911, that's smart, but actually it was smart to call the roommate. I need more context, though. Was this an apartment that he's nearby? Did they say? I don't know. I'm not gonna rewind and find out. Maybe I just didn't hear that part, but wow. That is, I think, my worst nightmare. I don't like elevators. I don't like water, and I don't like closed spaces. So that just sounded like the worst possible situation ever. Ugh.
They're now using fat harvested from dead human bodies and using them in their plastic surgeries. They're using them for BBLs, breast implants, facelifts, you name it. Check this out.
Many of us in New York City are very excited about this, particularly because our patients are sometimes very thin
or maybe have already had liposuction. Aloe is cadaveric fat. So it's fat that has been donated from a person who passed away. Then it has been cleaned of any genetic material and then placed into a syringe. So it's sort of off-the-shelf fat. You can use it in any part of the body. It is going to be approved for the face, but right now it's just for...
So they call this aloe clay, and this just hit the US markets last year. Only 5% of plastic surgeons actually have access to this, and they're oftentimes running out of this supply of human fat that they're harvesting from dead human cadavers. A part of me thinks that there's a dark side to this. I mean, we know there's a very dark side to the organ harvesting industry. I think it's about time we look into the fat harvesting industry. Honestly, this is just disgusting, and if you get this, I think you're weird. Just stick to the plastic.
I agree with them. I want to say no, but then, yeah, I guess we do organs and everything, but may have to look into that one because that does not seem, I don't know, real, legit. Ugh. And if it is real, I mean, there's already stories about the organ transplanting business, if you know what I mean, and I'm with him. It may just go towards that too, if that's real.
This was the horrifying moment. A young child was nearly killed by her bus driver when she became trapped after her backpack was caught in the closing door of a Kentucky school bus as she was getting off. The driver then pulled away without noticing, dragging the child alongside the moving bus for hundreds of feet. Luckily, honking bystanders eventually caught the bus driver's attention and she was forced to come to an abrupt stop.
Yeah, there's a kid there. Stop. Stop. Are you kidding me?
The girl suffered serious physical injuries, including nerve damage, requiring nearly a dozen surgeries and skin grafts, along with lasting psychological trauma. Court filings noted that she was a special needs student and argued that the bus route, supervision, and safety procedures in place were not appropriate for her needs. The bus driver was removed from duty and later fired, and the school district acknowledged failures in safety oversight. Years later, the child, publicly identified as Allie Rednauer, is back on her feet but continues to deal with ongoing physical and emotional effects and continued medical care. The case ultimately ended with a nearly $5 million settlement, and Allie and her family have since spoken out, pushing for mandatory school bus safety upgrades and warning that without changes, another child could be seriously injured or killed in the same way.
Shouldn't that driver have been watching and making sure there was clearance? I mean, and there's an adult right beside her. What was he doing? Nobody watched, and she's just looking at her, I guess, her mirrors or whatever for traffic, but not for the child. Makes sense.
Here's a strange UFO, baby cakes, seen by dozens of people in the skies over Mexico. What the heck is that thing? That almost looks like a balloon, except it's changing shape. Yeah, it's a shape-changing UFO. What is it? What is it? Dozens of people saw that thing, and a lot of people took video of it. So let me know what you think it could be. In the comment section, Booshkies. Shabadoo.
Okay, well, now we got a new, what do you think? Do you think that's a UFO? What is that? I don't know, maybe it's from another, I don't even know, like, all the possibilities, like the fourth, fifth dimension. They say that we can't understand it, and things look weird, and could look like they're shape-shifting, because we're not sure what we're looking at. Oh, boy.
Has anyone thought about how weird it is that for our entire childhood, a bunch of old men would come to our school and take pictures of all of us every year? Obviously, school photos, picture day, and the companies they worked for now own a historical record of your face. As early as 4 years old, every single year until you turned 18. But who owns all this data and what could they possibly do with it? Oh wait, did I say companies? I meant company, as just one company does nearly half of all school photos in the US and owns about 25% 25% of the global market share of school photography. That company is Lifetouch, who was purchased by Shutterfly in 2018 for $825 million. Around the same time, facial recognition software was becoming more widespread. Just a year later, in 2019, Shutterfly is bought by Apollo Global Management for $2.7 billion, a publicly traded investment firm owned by, get ready for this, Vanguard and BlackRock, their top two institutional shareholders. The two mega companies that own everything also own photos of your entire childhood. But it just keeps getting worse. BlackRock and Vanguard are also the top shareholders of globalist companies like Palantir, that was founded by this guy, Peter Thiel, whose name spells the reptile if you mix around the letters, which is a funny little anagram, but that's a story for another time. Let's focus here. Peter Thiel is the founder of PayPal and mega venture capitalist mogul sticking his dick in absolutely every globalist opportunity he can find. Like this one, Clearview AI, a facial recognition company that he was the primary investor of. A controversial company that has been sued many times for illegal scraping of facial data to build their AI's learning database. Lawsuits that resolved in settlements, meaning they basically admitted fault and paid out a bunch of money for illegal use of facial images without consent, or part of the corporate ecosystem who have pictures of you from every year of your childhood. To be fair, maybe this whole connection is a bit of a stretch, but in the end, it really is one big company that runs everything. Using your childhood photos to train a facial recognition deep learning database to eventually establish a global mass surveillance state that is constantly watching your every move from the second you enter this world until they take you out. That's who took your school photos. Have a good day.
Have a good day. Okay, thank you. I mean, he said it could be a far stretch, but I mean, these days you just never know. You just don't. There's so much corruption, and they're really after monitoring us 100%. And I mean, I think they're the ones that need to be monitored personally, not us, but them.
Even without context, it's pretty clear that something intense is going on here, so I'm going to break that down for you. This video shows what appears to be an older man cornered in his driveway. Up here we can see another guy holding a piece of wood. And at first you might be tempted to think that this guy is an aggressor towards the older guy down here, but it's actually the other way around. This is a case that took place back in October of 2021 involving these two neighbors from the UK, Ken Arslan and Matthew Borman. Ken had been harassing and been having disputes with neighbors over a variety of different issues, most of them small like parking, but eventually this boiled over to this fateful day in October where Ken waited and ambushed Matthew when he got home from work with a sharp object that he used 27 times on him. Matthew sadly passed away in front of his wife and children. In court, Ken argued that he had mental health issues. Nonetheless, he won't be eligible for parole for another 38 years. So it's very unlikely that he's going to get out, seeing as he was in his 50s when this happened.
Wow. And all over a parking spot. I know people can go mental over parking spots. I've been there, done that, and just avoided the whole thing. It's not worth your life, though. How many people would do that over a parking spot? That's scary. What the?
Have you guys seen this yet? It's a shopping cart where you just scan it in the shopping cart. Let's try it. It worked. We put bananas in and it's actually weighing it in the cart. Okay. It's giving me a subtotal as I go. I'd say this is pretty cool. Are you afraid? Do you need me to do it? It worked. You can even throw it in like a sullen teenager and it works. It came in for like 2 things, but this is too fun. Is this burning and eating? I'm done with shopping. The biggest question is, where do you check out? Just in the cart? I'm hitting checkout. Earn $3. Continue to check out. No? Am I doing it wrong? Am I supposed to scan it that way?
Yeah, you should scan it.
Okay, so I just had to use the scanner gun and self-checkout to scan the barcode, and that's all you do. I would do this again. It was pretty cool. Thank you, robot cart.
No. I'm not even a fan of self-checkouts. We need to have human beings have jobs. That is just so wrong. Yeah, as those break down and everything, the cost of fixing them, that's going to bring up your grocery bill more than likely. I mean, that having a scale and everything, what is that going to do? You know, like they could mess around with the scale on you as well. And where do you put your kids? I guess it's okay if you don't have little kids, but no, I don't like it at all. Too much tech, not enough human.
Scientists have discovered how to make glow-in-the-dark cats by inserting the jellyfish genes that create fluorescent proteins into feline eggs. I needed to check that this was real, and apparently it is. What's more, the end goal in these experiments was to fight feline AIDS. Creating glow-in-the-dark cats was a side effect. That might be the greatest sentence I write this year. Okay, so the short version is that the scientists want to insert a useful gene, but they have no way of knowing if the useful gene actually got incorporated into the cat's DNA, so they glue the glow gene to the useful gene. If the animal glows, both genes got inserted successfully.
Well, I mean, they had a good reason for it. At first, I thought this was going to be another designer thing. No comment. I don't even know how to take that one.
Are fairies aliens? Because I just saw a video that's got me thinking maybe they are. So there's this video of this thing that kind of looks like a cloaking device or something, and it's on the sidewalk, and it's digital, and I don't know, it's kind of cartoony looking, kind of, I don't know, but I went to the comments and everyone's like, oh, they're like, that's just a portal, right? No big deal, the veil's thinning, all the stuff. And then someone said, oh, it's a group of gnats. Nah, I don't think so, because I live in the South. I've seen a lot of gnats before. It did not look like what I've seen a group of gnats look like. But then someone was in the comments like, oh, if you think aliens are only 8 feet tall or whatever, think again, there's small ones, think like the size of a fairy. And then I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Are you saying that fairies are aliens? Because that would kind of make sense, right? A little bit? Like, it would make sense. And then it made me kind of concerned, because now do I have to worry about these little tiny aliens wearing invisibility cloaks on the sidewalks just waiting for me to walk by to snatch my Achilles? Are they friendly, or I can't. It's 2026, day 6 of 2026, and now I've got to worry about, I don't know, alien fairy things? I can't with this. I can't.
Cloaked alien thingies. I mean, I'd be more worried about walking by and having to worry about being probed, if you know what I mean. I'm sorry, that's the first thing that came to mind when she said that. I don't know anymore. There's just so many new theories. I guess that's a theory. Next.
A brand new medical treatment seems to have saved this little boy's life, and it could save a lot more kids like him. Out of the 20,000 genes in his body, one has a rare mutation that makes it impossible for him to produce an important protein, causing a life-threatening disorder that can severely damage his organs over time. So, scientists started taking stem cells from his blood, and then, using a harmless virus as a messenger, they inserted a new working gene. And when they put the stem cells back into his body, it seems to be working. The edited stem cells multiplied and started producing the missing protein inside his body. And the best part is, he's the first of 5 children around the world who will receive this treatment, maybe many more. If you need more optimistic science and tech stories, follow along.
That is so wonderful. I hope that it works and they can apply that to so many other conditions out there. There's so many kids born with problems. I guess that's with their genes, their chromosomes. And if they can fix that, that'd be amazing. Wow.
This cemetery was built to trap witches. Hidden in Norfolk County, Ontario, there's a graveyard with a gate so strange. People believed it could stop the supernatural itself. It's called Doan's Hollow Cemetery. And guarding it is something known as the Witch's Gate. To enter, you must step over iron and push through a metal turnstile, because folklore said witches and spirits couldn't cross iron. And the turnstile, it was meant to trap anything that tried to escape. Some say the gate keeps evil out. Others believe it keeps something in. Would you dare to enter?
Just keeping something one way or the other. That's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to go see it.
Oh my God!
ropes are gonna do them. No kidding. Yeah. Crazy people.
Uy, magpaputok. Excited yata ito mag-New Year. Yun, no? Uy, pasok sa loob ng kotse niya.
Play dumb games, get dumb rewards.
If you buckle a child into a car seat while they're still wearing a thick, puffy jacket, the straps sit on top of all of that padding, and it looks tight and secure, but in a crash, that jacket flattens instantly, turning that hidden padding into extra space the harness can't control. And with all that sudden slack, they can jolt forward far enough for the straps to slip off their shoulders, letting their upper body fly forward with nothing to stop it. So instead of a puffy jacket, use thin layers and buckle the child in first, then put the coat on backwards over the straps, allowing the harness to stay tight against the body and hold the child safely in place during a crash.
Well, that's good to know. That's scary.
This morning, new warnings about toys that contain AI chatbots. This might look like a cute plush doll, but sales of Kuma Teddy have now been suspended after researchers found the bear openly discussed sexually explicit and dangerous content with kids, including how to light a match.
Hold the matchbox with one hand.
When prompted, the bear also telling them where to find a variety of potentially dangerous objects, including knives, pills, matches, and plastic bags. The bear, which sold for $99 online, integrates OpenAI's chatbot.
We just have no idea what these AI toys are going to do to a child's development and to their mental health. And so unless you want your child to be part of this experiment, we recommend that you avoid AI toys for now.
It comes as lawmakers grapple with how to regulate the AI industry. The website Politico reports the White House is now planning an executive order aimed at blocking states from issuing their own regulations to prevent a patchwork of state rules that could hamper innovation. Congress has also considered a similar action. One state lawmaker in Pennsylvania outraged, saying Washington is again attacking state sovereignty. Meanwhile, on Wall Street,
you're seeing an exponential growth of adoption and use of AI, and the number of applications that are going to be using these AI is also growing.
stocks higher overnight after AI chipmaker NVIDIA exceeded expectations, reporting a stunning 65% jump in quarterly profits over last year, appearing to calm investors' fears of a so-called AI bubble bursting.
No. I mean, I was already, kind of sad for kids that are given these iPads instead of time with their parents. I know people can be busy and you're tired, you have different shifts and stuff. That child needs a parent. It does not need all of these fancy toys. It's unpredictable. AI is very unpredictable. Plus, like I said, nothing beats the parents. Do something with your kid, seriously.
So we got this Borden milk from the gas station. And just so you know, this one's open, this one's unopened. We haven't broke the seal yet. Come on, Mom. Show them. Here's 2 more. Just like it. Okay. Show the expiration date. Not expired. And it doesn't smell bad. It smells fine. How do you think? No, it smells good. Okay. What is this, guys? Okay, now open another one. It's like glue. Open another one and see if it does it. None of these were cracked. They were all sealed.
Oh, no. Don't do it.
Oh, yeah. They're all like that.
Ooh.
Somebody explain to me what's happening. It's like goo. It literally looks like Elmer's glue.
Why?
You want to drink it, Mom? I can't do the TikToks.
Why? I mean, if that's real, how does that even happen? I mean, does milk break down like that when it goes bad? I don't think so. I think it curdles. So I would be worried about what they are putting in with the milk. No, that's nightmarish. Ew, milk goo.
I blend every single food that I eat.
Breakfast is served. And I'm addicted to snoring all of my food.
Where are these people
When it
coming
hits
from?
the back of my throat, it's very different, but at the same time, I taste all of the same flavors as if I was to have food and drinks normally.
Plus boogers.
My favorite way to start my day is with an omelet and coffee. That is good. And it's actually a little bit of a calming effect once it hits the back of my nasal passage.
Where are we finding these people? I need to know. I'm sorry, I'm having an existential crisis over here. I can't even with that. That's just not okay. There was like goo coming out of her nose and dripping. Like, is this the theme today? Is food goo? No.
If you say a curse word, your parrot could repeat the word back perfectly. And if it escapes, it could teach other birds the curse word. You see, parrots naturally copy the sounds they hear the most. And in the wild, showing off new calls makes them seem smarter. Soon, other birds will quickly copy the words and even teach them to their babies. Meaning, entire flocks might end up learning your favorite curse word.
I would say be careful what you say, but I think that's going to do the opposite effect. I think putting that out there now, that's going to be a challenge. And you're going to have all these birds with colorful language out there.
So this woman hires a hitman to kill her husband, and then she's got to hire another hitman to kill that first hitman. Let me explain. Now, the woman's name is Mary Ellen, and Mary Ellen is about 39 when this story starts, and she's living in California, and Mary Ellen apparently really wants money, and she's willing to do terrible things to get it. In fact, she's currently going through a divorce, and one day in 1988, she comes up with a plan to have her soon-to-be ex-husband murdered so that she can collect the life insurance money, as well as take over sole ownership of the Subway store that they own. Because I guess they own a Subway together. Now, the soon-to-be ex-husband she wants to murder is this guy, Bob. And Bob is actually a camera operator working in Hollywood. He's worked on movies like Beverly Hills Cop 2 and Short Circuit and The Color Purple, so he's pretty successful at what he does. Regardless, Mary Ellen wants him dead. And in order to make that happen, she needs to hire a hitman. Of course, she doesn't know any hitmen. So she ends up approaching some guy that she knows, a shady drug dealer guy. And I guess she's like, will you please kill my soon-to-be ex-husband? And shady drug dealer guy's like, why? And she straight up tells him that it's for the insurance money and to own the Subway store. And shady drug dealer guy's like, nah. So that didn't work, and Mary Ellen has to try again. And she ends up approaching another sketchy guy. An adult man who is dating her teenage daughter. This guy, Jimmy. So Mary Ellen goes to Jimmy and she lies to him. She tells him that Bob is this terrible guy who's been inappropriately touching her daughter, aka Jimmy's girlfriend. And wouldn't you know it, this lie works. Jimmy gets all pissed off and Mary Ellen says that Bob needs to be assassinated and she offers to pay Jimmy to do it. And that is when he decides he is going to kill Bob. And that's what he does. One night, Jimmy goes over to Bob's place while he's still asleep, and he breaks in and he sneaks into Bob's bedroom where Bob is in bed. And suddenly, pow, he hits him with some blunt object and he knocks him out. And then, blam, he shoots him, and unfortunately, Bob doesn't survive. 2 days later, Mary Ellen goes over to where Bob is living, because, they're separated, and she pretends to discover Bob, and she's like, oh no, the horror, and she calls the police. So now police start investigating, and they search Bob's place, and they immediately notice something weird. Nothing is missing, so nothing was stolen. Even his wallet is still there. So obviously, this wasn't a robbery gone wrong. This was a planned assassination. So now police are suspicious. And so they bring Mary Ellen into the station for questioning. And they immediately notice something is off about her. Like, she doesn't seem distraught about her soon-to-be ex-husband's death at all. In fact, she shows up there in a low-cut shirt with her boobs all hanging out, acting flirty with the officers, making suggestive comments, and intentionally bending over. It seems like she's trying to seduce them into believing her. And while all that is strange, it's not exactly an admission of guilt. So police clear her and they let her go. Now, during this time, Mary Ellen collects the life insurance money that was signed up for Bob's death, which is around $500,000. And that's a lot of money, especially in the 80s. Plus, she now has sole ownership of the Subway store that they used to own. So things are looking good for her financially. And so what does Mary Ellen do with all this new money she's got? She fucking spends it. She buys herself jewelry and fur coats and lingerie, and she takes trips to Las Vegas, and she rents a limousine just to go out to bars. She hires male strippers. She throws herself a huge birthday party. She buys herself a new Porsche. And of course, because it's the 80s, she does a lot of cocaine. And so months pass since Bob was assassinated. And suddenly Mary Ellen starts acting weird. She's starting to get paranoid. She's worried that Jimmy might snitch on her, or even casually talk about their murder plot to a friend, and then that information might get back to police. So now she's thinking that Jimmy needs to die. And of course, that means she's gonna need to hire a hitman to take him out. So she meets up with yet another shady guy, who was recommended through a friend. This shady guy is named Paul Gall. And so Mary Ellen meets with Paul Gall, and she lies to him too, and she tells him that this Jimmy guy has been harassing her and blackmailing her, and that she really needs him assassinated. And Paul Gall's just like, all right. Now, funny enough, Paul Gall is actually acquainted with Jimmy. I guess they had done some shady business together in the past. So Paul Gall hits him up, and he tells him that he knows some drug dealers in this nearby park, and that they should go and rob them. And Jimmy, he actually agrees to do it. Then Paul Gall and some goon he's with, they go and pick Jimmy up. So they're driving along to this park to do this robbery, and suddenly, out of nowhere, skirt, Paul Gall slams on the brakes, and he says, now! And the goon in the back seat reaches forward and he starts choking Jimmy, while Paul Gall jumps on him and holds him down. And together, they end up strangling him until he's no longer alive. Then they take his body and they dump it in a local canyon. So now all of Mary's problems should be solved. Bob is gone, she collected all his insurance money, and Jimmy, the only guy who could snitch on her, is also gone. And so all there is left for her to do is enjoy her new life and spend all her money. Until... Well, there is one person who could snitch on her. Remember that shady drug dealer guy? The very first guy she approached to assassinate Bob? The guy who said, nah. Well, for some reason, that guy decides to talk. About 5 months after Bob's murder, he calls up the police and he tells them that if they want answers surrounding Bob's murder, they should really look into Jimmy. And so police are on it. They go to this electronics store where Jimmy works and they're asking around for him. But Jimmy's boss is like, I haven't seen Jimmy. He stopped showing up to work. Then the boss asks, what's this all about? And police are like, well, it's about Bob's murder. And the boss is like, yeah, well, he had been talking about how Bob deserved to die. So now police are sure that Jimmy is their guy. But they don't know he's dead. They actually think that he stopped showing up to work because he went on the run or something. Now, police know that Jimmy had been dating Mary Ellen's teenage daughter, so they want to question her about where Jimmy might be. However, they can't find her because she's on vacation with her mother, Mary Ellen, in Cancun. I guess Mary Ellen is still out there spending all that insurance money. Now, eventually, they do both get back to California, and police try to question them, but they both refuse to cooperate now. So a few months go by. And then, one day, randomly, police get a call that some pedestrian found a body in a local canyon. That body is, of course, Jimmy's. And now that police know that he's dead, they go and search his apartment, and they find a phone card, and eventually they find that he made calls to both Mary Ellen and her teenage daughter on the night of Bob's murder. So now they know Mary Ellen is involved in all this. So they start interrogating her friends, and one of her friends ends up snitching. And so police, they go and search Mary Ellen's house, and they find a nude picture that she took of herself covered in all of Bob's life insurance money. This woman is cold. Anyway, and so, bam, Mary Ellen is arrested. Here's her mugshot. Also, bam, Paul Gall is arrested. And I couldn't find any pictures of him. And so ultimately, Mary Ellen goes to trial, and she's found guilty, and she's sentenced to death, but later it's commuted to life without parole, while Paul Gall is sentenced to 15 years to life in prison.
Wow, that's quite the story. A hitman taking out a hitman. Wow. Oh, it's too bad that first guy that said nope didn't snitch on her right away and give a tip, and then maybe nobody would have died. Well, at least he finally came out and, outed the whole thing, so that's great. Wow, they say the root of all evil is what? Money. That kind of highlights that now, doesn't it?
She saw someone was inside the donation bin, but when she looked inside, she finds this. A woman from Sarasota, Florida, under the user Stoney, was getting in her car one evening when she noticed several clothing bags were thrown out from within the donation bin. Thinking someone's camping in there, she records when she makes a haunting discovery.
Is there someone in there? No, I don't see anyone in there. So at this point, I just think I'm crazy.
As she sees the bag being thrown out, she doesn't notice. We can see the hand of someone inside the donation bin pushing the bag. Worried someone may be potentially stuck in there, she knocks and looks inside, but there's no one. Given she saw a hand pushing the bag inside the container when it was sealed shut and no one was inside, could this be the spirit of someone who died in there? Or is this something else? Let me know what you think.
I don't know what that is. I don't think I want to know what that is. What do you think it is? I just think it's creepy, and I'm done with that one. Next. No theories. None.
All over North America, birds, mostly crows and ravens, are swarming like crazy. Like I said, all over North America. You can find videos of this everywhere. This doesn't seem normal to me. This is nuts, man. They're flocking. They're looking for something, or they're going wild. I don't know what's going on, but when nature fights back and acts weird, it's something, Booshkies. Here's another video of birds going crazy at night. What do these crows and ravens know that we don't? Is something coming? Is this a sign? Or is this just how they act now? Some people might say this is normal behavior for the birds. But if you saw this in a parking lot, you're telling me it wouldn't freak you out? All these crows and ravens in a parking lot?
That's a lot. So I don't know if this is going to sound weird or not. It just seems to be that's the new norm. I don't think that was normal for them before, but lately it seems birds are just losing it every year. And it might be slightly worse every year, but they don't seem to be right anymore, and it's just getting worse. So I'm going to call it the new norm. What do you guys think? I don't know.
NASA is now officially having to rush astronauts back to Earth early, and this is the first medical evacuation in the entire history of the International Space Station. The reason why this is blowing up all over the internet right now is because the ISS has been continuously occupied for over 20 years now, and this has never happened before. Astronauts have gotten sick, they've gotten injured, they've even had emergencies in space, but NASA has never had to evacuate a crew specifically for medical reasons until now. As soon as this issue just came up, NASA had to cancel a planned spacewalk, and doctors on Earth started monitoring the situation in real time. They had to make the official call that this was something better handled on the ground, not 250 miles above the Earth. The crew is going to be undocking in a SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule, and they're going to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere at over 17,000 miles per hour. They're obviously going to have to splash down in the middle of the ocean on this capsule, and this is all going to happen while NASA continues to keep the astronauts' condition private, so we don't even know what's going on. The only little bit of information that NASA is giving us right now is that the space station is going to stay operational with a smaller crew. They're saying that any future missions that are coming up are not going to be affected by this, and this moment is already being called a milestone in human spaceflight safety. Obviously, I'll keep you updated on anything we're able to find out, so make sure you add me and come back.
That's scary. Like, if they have a medical condition, I wonder what it is that it's that bad that they have to bring him down. Wouldn't the force of coming back to Earth and that plunge be pretty bad for them? Which is obviously why, yes, they are monitoring him, but that's scary no matter what. Poor person, I hope they're okay. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. What was it? I'm gonna have to rewind, okay? I hate doing that to you guys. Okay, I didn't want to see that. Nope. Gap of their door was at their closet or their door. Either way, that's not okay. That's always a fear, right? Closets or doors, something right there. Yeah, no, I hope you have a gun, a bat, something. Yikes. Thank you for the submission and for the nightmares. Jeez. I already have that fear of something being around the corner of my door.
Obviously, I'm not going to recommend you guys look this video up. It is blurred for a reason, but if you want to find it, it's available on Reddit. Viewer discretion advised. Now that we got that out of the way, this video doesn't have a whole lot of context. In it, we can see a homeless man bent over holding a blurred out object in his hands. People recording then yell at him, he gets up and walks off, and we can see the object is kind of long and skinny. For context, this incident took place back in 2024 when a man was struck by an Amtrak train, which ended up taking his life, and the man that was struck, 48-year-old Horacio, ended up losing a leg in the process. This is when a 27-year-old homeless man by the name of Rosendo thought that leg was his for some reason, probably was not in his right mind, obviously, and he picked it up and walked off. He was allegedly seen trying to eat it later, which is what was being seen in this clip, and he of course was arrested for this and given 1 year in prison for this very bizarre behavior. Again, I'm telling you not to look it up. It's not really worth watching. Just take my word for it. You guys now have the context.
And I now know that information that I can't take out of my brain. Thank you, dude. That's horrifying.
Okay, I have a personality test I want to try on you. There's this picture. Depending on which girl you find attractive the most, will tell me so much about your personality.
Okay.
So this is the picture. Each one corresponds to a different personality trait that you have.
What I found most attractive here?
Just point.
This one.
Interesting.
Yeah, the first one that caught
Really?
my eye.
Actually?
Yeah.
Yo, this is so accurate because I tried it on other people and it makes so much sense.
Wait.
Which one do you think I picked?
This one?
Yeah, I picked D. So you picked A.
Yeah, A.
If you picked A, you're more likely to like girls that are more introverted, shy, less confrontational, and overall more agreeable.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
So if you chose B, you're more likely to go after girls that are more bold, confident, and determined. So C is you like people who are relaxed, easygoing, and open-minded. And then D, the one I picked, you like people that are determined, decisive, hardworking, and overall persistent.
Oh my gosh.
It's very accurate.
That's accurate.
So there's certain elements to a face that kind of bring out character. It manifests who you become.
Wow. Okay. I guess I can kind of see that in the pictures. They did kind of hold those traits. Maybe we wear who we are on the outside. But sometimes you can't judge a book by its cover. So, I mean, there's that too. I mean, if you ever ran up against somebody who on the outside looked like they were going to be really mean and they end up being one of the sweetest people you could ever meet. So, I think it would work to some extent, but I don't think completely. But that's pretty cool.
I will admit, this is a very unique gender reveal. There's only one problem here. You're doing this inside. This is a bad idea. This video shows a group of people standing around a dirt bike. On the exhaust for the dirt bike, we can see a balloon being inflated. By the end of the video, the balloon is huge. It pops, sending blue confetti everywhere. Congrats, it's a boy, but also exhaust. Now, I've made a lot of videos talking about the dangers of carbon monoxide, so most of the people watching this probably know what that exhaust contains, but for those that don't, carbon monoxide is the primary pollutant produced from combustion engines. On top of it being a pollutant, it can also kill you. Gas is odorless, colorless, and if you inhale too much of it, you can experience a variety of symptoms from mild, being nausea, vomiting, and fatigue, which isn't that mild, to the extreme, death, convulsions, cardiorespiratory failure. Putting yourself in an enclosed space without ventilation with this gas is a recipe for that to happen. Hopefully off to the side, these people had their doors open and their windows open for ventilation. I'm not too sure. Either way, don't try to replicate this at home. Bad idea.
Yeah, you think? These gender reveals are getting insane. Have you had a gender reveal party? If so, what did you do? Were you like wild and crazy like this? Like, I don't get it. Oh man, that was pretty dangerous.
Hey, how does Walmart know what I'm buying in cash? I got an email from them this afternoon that says, hey, can you rate this product that you purchased recently? And I did purchase that product recently from Walmart. I bought it in cash, right? I walked to the electronics section and bought a USB charging cable with cash and then walked out. And I know that the first, you've already started typing. It's the Walmart app on your phone, you moron. That is a fair assumption. I do not have the Walmart app on my phone. I've never had the Walmart app on my phone. And further, I did not have my phone with me on this trip. Here's how I know I didn't have my phone with me on this trip. I remember specifically talking to the employee in the back at the electronics section and trying to explain specifically which USB connector I was looking for. And I couldn't explain it well, and so I tried to pull my phone out to show the gentleman what I was looking for, and I didn't have my phone on me. And so I had to continue my game of terrible charades and torture this poor guy until he finally was like, well, look, here's what we've got, and then I was able to find what I needed. But the point being, my phone was not on my person. I don't think I even had my headphones on my person. I didn't have any electronic devices on me. So how does Walmart know what I purchased in cash?
I'm having a hard time believing that one. I really am. I'm thinking, he sounds convincing. He sounds really convincing. But, I mean, exactly how would they know? So either there really is something, big up with that, like the surveillance and everything. And even then, how would they know how to contact them? I don't know. I think it's fake. I think it's, personally, I just think it's to get attention and everything, but could be wrong. Do you think that Walmart somehow is using surveillance and knows who you are and to give you messages like that? I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. Let me know.
Why did Kansas authorities post armed guards at this teeny tiny little cemetery like every single Halloween? Okay, so you gotta get a load of this creepy shit, and I gotta know what you think, because Stull Cemetery has been called one of the 7 gateways to hell since like the 1970s. And here's what makes this genuinely terrifying. There was a burned out church there that locals swear never held snow on its roof. Like even in the dead of winter in Kansas, like it was completely bare. But it gets worse. Visitors consistently report this like oppressive dread that physically hits you before you even step through the gates. Like someone's pressing down on your chest. Oh. Now, cameras also malfunctions, cars won't start, and there's this like sulfur smell that comes out of nowhere. Now, thousands of people kept showing up every Halloween and spring equinox, so many that the town had no choice but to station guards. And somewhere on that property, there is supposedly a staircase that descends straight into the ground that someone eventually bricked over, I believe. Now, what do you think is really going on here at Stull Cemetery? I would love to hear your theories. Drop them below, because sometimes the creepiest is also the truest. Cheers!
Very true. I think some bad juju going on over there is what happened. I mean, I think it's possible. I really do. And normally with hauntings, people do have that heavy, drawn down dread feeling. What's going on there, I don't know. The roof thing and everything, yeah, it sounds like some pretty bad activity. And the staircase, that's a nightmare. I never want to see it. That's quite okay. I'm glad they bricked it over. Thank you for the submission. That is really interesting. Wow.
Hello. How's this dog? He's training right now. What's his name? His name's Thunder. Oh, what is he? He's a Malinois. Oh, how old is he? He's 6 months old. Oh, cool. Can I just pet him? No. Sorry, nope. He's training. Can I not pet him? Thunder. Why can I not pet him? Because he's training. People like you are so rude. No, we're not. Yeah, y'all are. Can you just not, please? Not what, huh? Can you try not to? Can you just don't pet my dog? Yes. Because he's my dog. Can you not? No. I can do whatever I want. No. Yes. No. Come here, Thunder. Thunder, come here. Heel. Come here. Come here. You know what? I'll get him over here. Leave it. Can you not? Down. Why? Stay. No, come here. Go under. He doesn't want to be pet right now.
Are you kidding me? Are you seriously kidding me? Like, I hate to say it, but kids are getting worse. That's some pretty high self-entitlement. You're not, what my mom or the boss of me. I can do whatever I want. And what do you do as that person? I mean, it's a child. Like, I don't know. I think I would take out my phone and be like, hey, little kid, I'm calling the cops on you. I would run. You're going to get handcuffed. I don't know. I would try something, because that's, oh my word, that's ridiculous. I mean, maybe yell, but then are you in trouble for yelling at a kid? I don't know the laws everywhere, but I mean, there needs to be some sort of recourse on that. What do you do? What would you do? Let me know.
This new shoe is meant to alter your mind, to focus and stimulate your brain before and after being active, and I'm trying them out. So the idea is, inside your foot, there are thousands of special sensory cells, mechanoreceptors, that detect pressure and touch and movement. But when you're running or playing a sport, you wear shoes that give you grip and cushion and stability. Except the cost is it blocks the sensation in your feet. It mutes the feeling of those mechanoreceptors. These nodes are there to do the opposite. They're designed to translate more information from the ground to your foot, bringing more sensation back to those mechanoreceptors while still protecting your feet. The big goal here is to connect you more to your body through sensation, to pull your focus into the present moment before you train or compete. They were designed and tested by scientists in the Mind Science department in Nike's Sport Research Lab over the last 8 years, studying athletes' brains before, during, and after physical activity. So if you want to grab a pair for yourself, quick, go to this link. And if you want to know more about how they built these, follow along.
I probably can't afford them. I'd be interested to try them. That's pretty cool. I mean, yeah, I would try them. It's wild, but I'm sure they are pricey.
Guys, this is insane. Watch this. Kelly made a loaf of bread. She has this butter that we keep upside down in this salt water concoction. If you look in here, That's a brine shrimp. And so Kelly's theory is that she used Celtic sea salt and like somehow there was a brine shrimp egg in the Celtic sea salt bag. But that makes no sense to me. I don't see it. That doesn't sound possible to me.
Do you think it's real? That's pretty freaky if so. I've seen a lot of things lately with food, and I think we're losing our standards quickly. I mean, I don't understand if that could be real or not. I don't know the salt process. I don't know how common that could be or anything like that, but that seems a little wild to me. Yikes.
Sushi push pops. Don't miss.
Yeah. I found it. I got the sushi. All right, we pull this container out and we literally pour a little bit of soy sauce. Okay, then we stick the bottom here and we push up. Yeah. This is the California roll.
I'm jealous. I want one. I want a sushi push-up. No, there's probably nothing like that around here. I'm so jealous.
Morbid Facts, Part 868. Amu Haji, an Iranian hermit dubbed the dirtiest man in the world, avoided bathing for nearly 60 years because he believed cleanliness would make him sick. He lived this way into his 90s, smoking animal dung, eating roadkill, sleeping on the ground, and rarely interacting with others. Then in 2022, villagers finally convinced him to bathe for the first time in decades. Just a few weeks afterward, Haji fell severely ill and died at age 94. Matthew Day Merritt was born without legs and learned to walk on his hands from early childhood. As a young boy, his small size and unusual movements led filmmakers to place him inside the E.T. suit for the movie, where his hand walking gave the alien its unsettling, otherworldly motion. In October of 2018, 53-year-old Allison Gibson became trapped in her own bathtub after sitting down to bathe and realizing she could no longer reach the grab bar she would normally pull herself up with. Alone in her home, she remained stuck for 5 days, surviving without food by drinking water directly from the tap. As time passed, she weakened and struggled with exhaustion, alternating the water between hot and cold to stay conscious and hydrated. From October 15th to the 19th, no one noticed she was missing until a mail carrier saw her mail piling up and alerted neighbors. Police were called and she was finally rescued, having narrowly avoided death from dehydration, hypothermia, or exhaustion after nearly a week immobilized in her own bathtub.
That's horrifying, being stuck in your own bathtub. Plus, if you're in your own bathtub, wouldn't you have been wet that whole time? Unless you found a way to unplug it, which I hope, because skin gets soft and would not flake off. That's a nightmare right there. I'm amazed they don't make that into a horror movie. And me saying that they probably will, won't they? Wow. The E.T. thing? Yeah, I knew about that. That's pretty crazy.
There is credible evidence for life on Mars, and we're pretty close to demonstrating it conclusively. Also, life on Earth is much older than we thought, and it kind of does support panspermia, which I've never been a fan of, but we'll talk about it. You may have seen the 2024 report where Perseverance found what really looks to be fossils of microbial life on Mars. Preliminary analysis does seem to point towards organic matter, but that is all done on Perseverance. Now, there are levels of evidence that we need in order to demonstrate that yes, it really is life. The first one is to detect a signal that's from a known biological entity and then to rule out contamination. Next, we need to be able to demonstrate or predict that the biological production of that signal came from that environment. Now, this is unfortunate. In order to get to level 3, we do need to have those samples taken back to Earth or have people on Mars to analyze them. We've sent a robot to Mars, and they really just can't do the job that humans can do, nor do they have all of the equipment to do it. Unfortunately, the idea that we are going to get Perseverance's samples back to Earth is unlikely at this time. They'd need more equipment, more funding, and funding is a little limited right now. But there are plans to get people to Mars in the next decade, and it's looking reasonably likely also the moon base. What we have on Earth, though, is rapidly improving methods for detecting life, and it turns out photosynthetic organisms were on Earth at least 3 billion years ago. Now let's put that into context. The Earth is 4.6 billion years old, and life popped up at least 4.1 billion years ago, and that is within the limits of what we're able to understand about life. It could absolutely be older. We just don't know because the methods aren't there. There's no necessity that it needs to come from somewhere else. However, with how early life started on this planet, it's becoming at least possible that it didn't start here. I've never liked panspermia. I don't. Anyway, follow for more.
I mean, I think there was life on Mars. Why wouldn't there have been? Don't know what it was, but I mean, I'm not talking about, oh my word, there's a little piece of bacteria, life. I'm talking about like actual life on Mars, you know, living creatures and stuff. I think there was. I can agree with that.
I just got a device that can turn your phone into a robot. This is called Louie. Say hi, Louie.
Hey, everyone.
This isn't a toy. This thing literally understands objects, outfits, even stuff on my desk. And it even guessed what my studio is used for. I take a sip of water, Louie wants to cheers with me. I pick up food, Louie grabs his own. It feels weirdly alive. Oh, and it also has what's called force control, which is super fun. Louie will just explore on its own sometimes, all around my desk, which is pretty cute. Oh, and Louie can remember things. When's my birthday?
Your birthday is September 20th.
You can have full conversations because it's based on ChatGPT. He kind of just feels like my desk buddy while I'm working on a video. And with automatic updates, he's just constantly getting better, so he's basically the perfect gift. And from Louie himself,
you can adopt me at the lowest price ever through Kyle's Linktree.
Okay, I have to admit, that is really cute. They did a good job packaging that. However, I don't think I would do it as much as I enjoy that. And I love droids. Like, I love Star Wars. R2-D2 is my favorite. And then BB-8. I love BB-8. So I have a bit of soft spot for this, but I also see the danger in it, right? It's AI, it's mapping your place, it's interacting with you, it's getting to know everything about you and in your home. And that will be internet-wise, you know what I mean? So I'm no, as tempting as that is for me, I would love to have that, but it's not worth the risks. Dang it.
This pea-sized drop of gel is saving people's sight. A common and inexpensive substance repurposed with astonishing success.
It's incredible. It's life-changing. It's given me everything back.
It's somebody who, by all rights, should have lost her vision in both eyes and should have now really no vision at all based on the way we used to practice, who is now living life normally.
Nikki's eyes had such low pressure, known as hypotony, that the structure of the eyeballs was collapsing. It led to blindness in her right eye, and then her left eye started rapidly deteriorating. Experts at Moorfields used a low-cost gel called HPMC, normally used in eye surgery, and repurposed it, injecting it into the back of the eye to pump it up again.
I used to take loads of photographs and be a keen photographer. I can do that again. I can see my child grow up at every birthday.
I mean, that's amazing, but oh my word. I have a problem with things going to eyeballs. I can't do it. I'm in trouble as I age, aren't I? Because there's like, doesn't everyone go through glaucoma issues and stuff? I'm not looking forward to this. Can they knock you out for these things? Do you have to be awake? I have so many questions. Oh.
Today I learned that the tallest residential building in New York City has a trash chute with no brakes to slow trash down from falling, so every piece of trash that's thrown away from a high enough floor reaches terminal velocity, and when it hits the bottom, it sounds like a literal bomb going off. And that is not even the worst part about this building. Apparently it was built to be so tall and skinny that it actually sways back and forth in strong winds to the point where some residents have reported motion sickness. Not to mention that the elevators also shut down sometimes if the winds are too strong, and all of this is happening in a building where some of the apartments cost upwards of $20 million. I mean, imagine that. You spend 20 mil on this new luxury apartment, but the building is swaying, the elevators turn off, and then every few minutes, boom. Sounds like someone just threw out the trash.
With how high that apartment is, and the higher up, like a penthouse, is more expensive than the rest. Could you imagine being on the penthouse with that swaying back and forth and then not being able to use the elevator? Are you kidding me? There is no way you can pay me to live in there. And then being in the bottom, you have to deal with boom, right? No, that is so silly.
There is a rumor going around the internet that the Earth might lose its gravity for 7 seconds on August 12th. I know, that sounds crazy, but in the original post about this, the person quoted a NASA report as where they got their information from. That report was made in November 2024. Let me read part of it to you. Project Anchor accidentally leaked online talks about a 7-second gravitational anomaly expected on August 12, 2026. It's supposed to last 7.3 seconds, and the casualties, if this happened, could be in the millions. Now, I'm not saying that's gonna happen, and I'm not saying it's not gonna happen. I'm just telling you what I heard, what I saw, and then what I read about it. It's up to you yourself to decide how you feel about this. But I can tell you one thing. When August 12th comes around, I ain't gonna change nothing. Shabadoo Bushkies! Shabadoo!
Strappadoo? That's scary. What do you guys think about that? Like, do you think that's going to happen? What day's the 12th on? I hope, like, I'm not working that day. I'm just going to stay home just in case. I don't know what to say about that. I'm very worried about that. Yikes.
I have a full set of cuffs on this emu. Yeah, say hello. Oh, interesting. I'm in pursuit of an emu. I'm currently behind the emu. He's running back southbound in the middle of the road. Come here. Come here, come here, come here. Come on. Come here. Come on.
Here, emu.
Go this way. This way. This way. Go. Come here. Come here. Come on. I'll be honest with you, I've never handcuffed an emu before, but they'll fit. And you go. There you go. Oh. Look who's got you now. There's that one.
Oh, you're in trouble, emu.
Move.
Get a lawyer.
Don't look at me that way. Hey, don't bite me. Don't even think about it. Don't do it.
Oh, he's thinking
You done
about
resisting? I don't want to have to charge you. Don't talk back to me. Secured. Look at that. I have a full set of cuffs on this emu.
He's being detained.
Yeah, say hello. Oh!
I'm not gonna pull her, I'm just gonna
Oh, poor guy. He's being detained by the police. I think he should have had that charge of resisting because he ran away. Isn't that resisting?
Can you tell which of these images is real? This is me in New York in my gym kit, double denim, and a summer dress. Well, actually, none of them are real. I used Grok AI to create 3 fake images of me based off this original photo. If AI can put clothes on me that were never there, it can take them off too. And that's what thousands of users have been doing to women and children without their consent. Grok is an AI tool created by Elon Musk and built into X that has recently allowed a new feature to undress people in the frame. Since then, thousands of women have been digitally stripped without their consent or even knowledge, dressed in dental floss or transparent bikinis in sexual positions. Sexualized and topless images of children have also been discovered on dark web forums, where users claim Grok was used to create them. This week, the government is finally stepping in. New laws will come into force to criminalize non-consensual sexual deepfakes, and Ofcom is currently investigating X for possible breaches of the Online Safety Act, which requires it to take down legal content and prevent users from seeing deepfake nudes. Celebrities like Maya Jama have spoken about this violation, and Keir Starmer has made it clear: creating or sharing these images is abuse. Musk has accused the British government of being fascist and trying to curb free speech after ministers stepped up threats to
That's
block
not
X.
free speech,
But
buddy.
the government doesn't have immediate power to ban X. That lies with Ofcom, which regulates the Online Safety Act. As for free speech, since when was free speech associated with having the right to strip someone without their consent?
Exactly. How's that free speech? He should be ashamed if he actually did say that. What's wrong with people? It's like anytime we get something that could be good, we use it for bad. It's just what's wrong with people. That's horrible. That's gross.
What's that? Oh, a group of people that were testing new AI glasses went to a nearby zoo in San Diego, and what they saw completely freaked them out. Tell me more. Yeah, this group of researchers were testing out these AI glasses to just verify that they're working properly, that they can identify animals, give you information about them, things like that. This is where it gets a little bit eerie, because when they looked at these animals, such as they were looking at a tiger, it did not look like a tiger. It looked, what they said, like some sort of weird demonic creature. And then they were asked the AI, what am I looking at? And it identified it as a scary demonic creature. Okay. The AI responded, this does not look like anything from Earth and looks like something from the spiritual realm, which you are now looking at. I love that. But the way that this creature was looking at them freaked them out, and it started to move slowly closer to them. So they left the zoo in a hurry. Oh, goody.
Okay. That's really scary. Is things around us actually, like, veiled, you know? Like, maybe zoos have some sort of thing going on? I don't know. That's pretty scary. I don't even know what to think of that. I mean, I guess, you know, it's new. They were testing it. It could be crashing, or it's got new technology that sees into things. Yeah, what do you think? Oh, I've seen this.
So everybody just inhale slowly.
This group is preparing to take part in an experiment.
Exhale, keep it out.
One that's meant to show them the simulation.
Thank you, everybody.
Danny Goler created the test, which consists of two parts: a psychedelic drug called DMT and lasers.
DMT stands for dimethyltryptamine. If you smoke it, it produces the most psychedelic explosion known to man. Just in case somebody is not fully aware, this is a big experience. The main jarring factor is the speed. It comes on really fast. It will surprise you, even though I said this to you. It will still surprise you.
Debbie's about to go. Doing great.
Wow.
Looks smaller than you think. The pixels that make up the screen, so to speak.
This is not a laser beam right now. And there's almost like a road. The best I could describe it is like snakeskin.
Do you know how many times people said snakeskin? Crazy.
This feels really mythological.
Mythological?
Yeah.
What a great word.
So big. Oh my. I'm so shocked I saw anything. That was so unexpected. Like, this was not this. It was like this whole world. Not a world I've ever been in and that I would conceive of.
Do you think what you saw there is other dimensions or...
Well, I certainly can understand now why Danny wants to spend a lot of time there. Because it felt like I wanted to stay there, and it felt like, you know, what else is even beyond this?
That's on the CNN app. I've seen that on YouTube before, and I mean, I'm curious, but I wonder if you can do it without smoking something, you know, because to me, that kind of alters what you're gonna see, but I know they also say that's to get around something about your brain, keeping you from seeing things. I don't know. What do you guys think? Would you do that? Would you take part in that experiment? I mean, that's pretty cool. I'm very curious about dimensions and stuff, so that's wild. I don't know.
I just want to let you know that your car light is on.
Hi, you are currently being recorded.
This is why you should always have a doorbell camera, because this creepy video comes out of Phoenix, Arizona, and according to the family, this person came up to their door to warn them about their car light being left on, while someone else was lurking in the background. But after they left, they checked their car and there was no light on, so they posted it to warn the neighborhood. But this next video is even more terrifying, and it comes from Della D, I'll tag her below. And it all started when she was awoken at 4 in the morning, and a woman who she'd never seen before walked up to her doorway and began acting incredibly odd. And this is what she caught on camera. Take a look.
She starts looking inside my glass door, then does this.
He's possessed. Don't answer that door. Mm-mm. So basically, my general practice is if I'm not expecting anyone, I'm not answering the door. I'm just not. Because I don't care what it is. It could be somebody totally, you know, with bad motives, like, you know, that first video there. Or, you know, just anything simple like door-to-door sales or other people who just come around your door just to bug you. It's like, no. If I'm expecting someone, they know to call me ahead of time to let me know they're coming. Otherwise, that door does not get answered.
We've got some crazy things happening right now. The average US couple gets married after 5 years being in a relationship now, when it was only 2.5 years back in the 90s. A Florida man stole a Cybertruck, did $20,000 in damages, and then brought it to his house to tear it apart while the cameras were recording everything. 95% of all sales during Black Friday this past year were financed. 67% of that was not intended to pay it back in the next 30 days. I think everyone's struggling to maintain their normal status quo of life right now. A major AI conference was flooded with reviews about the conference written in AI. A 31-year-old Brazilian billionaire is saying that his entire fortune is gonna go to Neymar. He's still alive and legally registered it to him because of, quote, his humility and family values. A heavily intoxicated raccoon passed out in a liquor store bathroom after breaking in. A man tried to rescue an injured raccoon, got bitten on the face while driving, and then learned that it had rabies. Rage bait was named Word of the Year for 2025 by the Oxford University Press. Columbia, the sportswear company, pledged to give the entire company to anyone who can actually prove that the Earth is flat. A scientist decided that the bot flies that got into his skin can live there and reach maturity so that he can document what happens.
Is he insane? What is, like, once again, what's wrong with people? Why would you do that? That's disgusting. Wow. That was quite the collection of craziness just now.
So in the middle of nowhere, a woman shows up to a house, and she starts beating on the front door and yelling for help. And she's been beaten up and stabbed, and she's got no shoes on. So this farmer guy answers the door, and the woman tells him that she was just attacked, but she also claims that she can't remember what happened, and that she can't remember her own name. Now the woman, her name's Ezra, and Ezra is 19, living in Wisconsin, and Ezra has a problem. She's pregnant, and I guess she and her boyfriend don't really know if they're ready to be parents. So one day in 2017, she decides that she's going to go to the local clinic and, you know, get rid of it. Now, I'm not 100% sure if it's both she and her boyfriend's decision or what, but that's what Ezra does. She goes and has the procedure. Now, Ezra's boyfriend is this guy, Jason. And Jason, he's a bit older than her. She is 19 and he's 33. But whatever, they're gonna try and make it work, I guess. The problem is, it's not really working. Things aren't going so great between them. And one day, that same year, Ezra is chilling at a local coffee shop, and there she meets this barista, Alex. And Ezra and Alex, they become friends, and they hang out, and then Jason becomes friends with Alex too, and so the three of them all start hanging out together. And soon enough, Ezra and Alex, they start hooking up low-key and smashing a bunch behind Jason's back. But then, Jason catches on. About 8 months into his relationship with Ezra, he's going through her phone one day, and he finds all these text messages between her and Alex, and basically the whole affair blows up in Ezra's face. So now what's she gonna do? Well, after all that, she kinda just says, "Fuck it," and she breaks up with both Jason and Alex.
Oh, geez.
However, after a while, she starts to regret that decision. Because even though she broke up with both of them, she's still not over Jason specifically, and she wants to get back together with him. Here's the thing though. At some point, she gets drunk and smashes with one of Jason's friends. Then she reports that friend to the police for SA. But after all that, it actually turns out that the friend did not SA her, so police end up dropping the case. Now, during all this legal drama, Ezra is still desperate to get back with Jason. But of course, by this point, Jason, he's not really interested in her at all. I mean, why would he be? She slept with Alex and she also slept with his other friend. Regardless, Ezra, she's not trying to hear all this rejection. She's doing anything she can to reach Jason, but she just can't get through to him. Like, she's blowing up his phone with hundreds of text messages. She's begging him to take her back. She's sending him, I guess, journal entries that indicate how much she wants to get back together with him. She's even messaging Alex a ton and begging him to help her get back together with Jason. But I guess Alex is like, "No, you're crazy." So nothing is working. And now Ezra's got to come up with a new plan to get Jason to take her back. She wants to make sure that he knows that her fling with Alex meant absolutely nothing. So she decides to make it look like Alex is a really bad guy who tried to SA her. And not only that, but she also plans to murder him. So one day in 2018, Jason is at that local coffee shop that they like to hang out at, and out of nowhere, Ezra shows up. And she tells him that she's about to swing by Alex's place, and she says that she's going to return some items that she has of his. But the thing is, Jason notices that she's acting really strange, and he gets a really bad feeling. So when Ezra leaves the coffee shop to drive to Alex's house, Jason low-key follows her on his bike. So then Ezra gets to Alex's house, and she goes inside. And then Jason gets there, and he's not sure what to do or what's going on, so he just lets himself inside Alex's house as well. And there, he sees Alex and Ezra talking. And there's like nothing contentious going on. They aren't like fighting or anything. So eventually, I guess Jason doesn't see anything wrong, and he leaves. Then Ezra drives Alex all the way over to some rural, remote area on some dirt road where they can be really alone. Then they get out of the car, and the moment Alex turns his back on her, she suddenly pulls out a knife, and boom, she stabs him. And then she stabs him again, and again, and again, and she ends up stabbing him 16 times, and he, unfortunately, doesn't survive. Then she takes his phone and she breaks it so that no one can trace him. Then she turns the knife on herself and she starts giving herself cuts and slashing at her clothes and whatnot to make it look like that she was attacked by him. And then she takes the knife and she carves the word boy into her forearm. Why does she carve the word boy into her forearm? Well, apparently back in high school, Ezra used to identify as a boy and use male pronouns. But then she later changed that and went back to identifying as a woman. And I guess she's trying to make it look like Alex was mocking her gender identity and carving the word boy in her arm or something. Anyway, then she kind of just leaves Alex there in the middle of nowhere. And she starts hiking barefoot. And 3 hours later, she's still hiking and she reaches some random farmer's house and she starts beating on his door, crying for help. So this farmer guy answers the door, and Ezra tells him that she was just attacked and that she can't remember exactly what happened, and that she also can't even remember her own name. And this poor farmer guy, he doesn't know what's going on, so he calls the police. And so police come all the way out there and they pick her up. Then they take her to a local hospital to get her wounds treated. And while she's there, they question her because, they're trying to figure out what happened. But again, she claims that she doesn't remember much, except she remembers that the last person that she was with was Alex. Now, she doesn't tell them that Alex is lying dead out in the middle of nowhere. No, she claims she doesn't know where he is. So police try contacting him, and they obviously get no answer. So then they contact his parents, and his parents haven't seen him around, so now Alex is officially missing. And about a day later, police are driving around, and I don't know if this is part of their normal patrol or what, but they end up finding Ezra's car, and Alex's body is still at the scene. And so they go back to the hospital where Ezra is, and they start questioning her about all this, about why her friend's dead body is around her car. And at this point, Ezra can suddenly remember stuff. It's a miracle. So she stops claiming that she can't remember what happened, and she starts claiming that Alex attacked her and tried to SA her, and that she had no choice but to kill him in self-defense with a knife. And she even tells police that Alex somehow carved the word boy into her forearm. But here's the thing. Police know that something is way off about her story. Mostly because the word boy is carved into her left forearm, and if she was actually sitting in the driver's seat when he supposedly attacked her like she claimed, and Alex was sitting in the passenger seat, he would have had to have reached over her to get to her left arm, which is not impossible, but it just seems very unlikely. And so Ezra has no choice. She has to finally admit that Alex never attacked her and that she did it all to herself. And so police keep investigating, and 2 weeks later, bam, they arrest Ezra. Here's her mugshot. And so she ends up going to trial, and she's found guilty, and she gets sentenced to life in prison.
Good. So my first thought on that right away is when she falsely accused that guy of essaying her, did she get charged for it? They found that there was no evidence. Did she get charged for a false accusation? I really hope so, because that's not cool to try to do to somebody. Like, what's wrong with your head? There needs to be bigger consequences for things like that, because if he got charged, that would have been, detrimental for him. Yikes. I mean, at least she's behind bars now for life. These stories, it's all acts of selfishness, and it's just getting so horrible. What kind of mind does these things?
We messed up big time. See, this is the Golden Record, a shiny disc filled with information about the human race. Naturally, we shot it into space with the intent for aliens to find it. But was this a bad idea? See, the Golden Record includes some pretty wholesome information about humans. There's pictures of us eating, drinking, pictures of technology we've created, and there's even a photo of an astronaut in space. But here's where it gets creepy. We've also included exact diagrams of our very biology, pretty much teaching aliens precisely how to dismantle us. What's even crazier is we've given aliens details on how to get to Earth, a literal map. So not only have we told aliens exactly what our weaknesses are, we've also told them how to come and find us. Now sure, I get it. The whole thing is really poetic and hopeful. We come in peace and all that. But what if aliens are like us? See, we aren't exactly the most peaceful species. To me, this disc is the cosmic equivalent of posting your address on the internet, giving out your social security number, and then showing a diagram on exactly how easily your legs can break. Not only are we now dead, but it's also entirely our fault. So
Well, that ended abruptly, but yeah, no. Why would they do that and just make that decision for all of us? I mean, yes, let's put down how fragile we are, how to kill us, and hey, here's how to come get us for your pleasure. And also those pictures that they included, I mean, of the eating and drinking, maybe that's why aliens aren't making a total hello call to us.
You are never gonna believe this, but psychologists studying public behavior found that all you have to do to start getting people to act decent in public is put Batman there.
I'm vengeance.
In a series of
Beware the
experiments,
bat.
the researchers had a woman who visibly appeared pregnant enter a busy train and watched how many people would give up their seats. They then repeated this scenario with one crucial change. When the pregnant woman entered the train from one door, a man dressed as Batman entered from another. This experiment was conducted nearly 140 times, and when Batman wasn't there, only 30% of passengers offered up their seat to the woman, up to 67% when Batman was there. And they believe that this had less to do with people thinking they were going to be arrested by the Dark Knight, and more by introducing an unexpected event to jolt people out of autopilot and promote pro-social behavior.
Yeah, I think it's just a reminder, like a social reminder to be a good citizen, or else the bats will get you.
If this doesn't make you uncomfortable, you're not paying attention. Or something. For 5 straight months, doing 10-hour shifts, a robot at BMW was building cars. No breaks, no days off, no complaining. Just tirelessly working, getting the job done. This wasn't a demo, y'all. And it wasn't a test run either. This was straight to the point. This robot showed up to work like a human. Except for it didn't ask for no break, it didn't complain, none of that. It didn't stub its toe and be like, oh, I can't work, I gotta sit down. Or my mental is killing me. Here's why this matters. If a robot can build cars nonstop, a company doesn't have to worry about paying nobody healthcare, no one calling out, nothing. That means faster production. That means the job is going to get done, lower cost, and then they don't have to have no humans doing it. Some people say that this is more progress, more efficiency, better technology. Y'all gotta remember, progress always replaces something. Factories used to be packed with hella humans, hella of us. Now, you'll catch like 2 supervisors and all machines. Once robots prove that they can work anywhere, consistently without no breaks or nothing, what stops them from putting them in fast foods, warehouses, everywhere? Nothing. Yeah, it's true. Technology can make life easier, obviously, but a lot of people is going to get left behind because of this. A lot of jobs is going to be gone. I feel like we're literally watching the future replace us. Crazy fool. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this down below in the comments.
What I think about it is, if you put people out of work, who's going to buy this stuff? And I mean, I know that people talk about a universal check, but come on. How much are they going to give us? You know, probably just enough. That's it. So then who buys all of these luxury things like cars and stuff? The elite? Well, the problem with that is, how much elite would there be? I just think it's not going to work. I think that's just going to bring everybody down, because if the companies aren't having a good turnover and a good customer base, they can't survive either. So, I mean, it's foolish all the way around.
This is the most haunted place on Earth. Located in Louisville, Kentucky, Waverly Hills Sanatorium opened in 1910 and was used to treat patients with tuberculosis. Unfortunately, since this was before there was an effective way to cure the disease, over 6,000 people would die inside Waverly Hills. And some of the treatments they would receive were downright horrific. To help patients breathe, balloons were inflated inside their lungs, and in extreme cases, muscles and ribs would even be removed. After an effective treatment was created, Waverly Hills would close its doors in 1961. With all that death and suffering, it's no surprise it's one of the most active paranormal locations in America. Visitors report disembodied voices, slamming doors, and even objects being thrown. One of the most well-known spirits is that of a boy named Timmy, who's said to play with balls that visitors bring him. Room 502 is where a nurse allegedly hung herself. Her ghost is said to appear in the doorway or cry when no one's there. But somehow, it gets even worse. Below the building lies the body chute, a dark underground tunnel once used to remove corpses from the property in a discreet manner. Today, visitors report shadow figures, voices, and the eerie feeling of being watched.
I mean, I would believe it. There can't be that many tragedies happening in one place that it doesn't mark that area. You know what I mean? It's just a really sad and highly charged area. Oof.
What's that? Oh, more and more people are reporting the fact that they're actually able to hear the radio through their dental work fillings. Yeah, people started to hear the radio without them being near a radio or a radio being turned on by them, but they were hearing it internally. So after there were several of these reports, people started doing some investigating, and they figured out that it is coming from their fillings from their dental work. Okay. How does this work, you ask? Whoa, I'm glad you asked. Basically what happened is inside their mouth, it mimics the components of a crystal radio. Essentially, the human body is the antenna. The detector is the metal filling. This usually happens when the metal is oxidized, which creates a nonlinear electrical response, which extracts the audio signal from the radio wave. The detected electrical signal causes a mechanical vibration, which then travels through the jawbone and into the inner ear, which then is interpreted as sound. Oh, goody!
Okay, I could not keep up with all that. I'm glad he knew what he was talking about. All I heard was people hearing radio frequencies through their teeth. Yep.
He inhaled the toy traffic cone when he was 7 years old, and for 40 years, he forgot about it. But as he grew older, he started to cough. Doctors noticed his right lung was getting stiff, and when they shone a light down his airways, they found a suspicious shadow. They told him he had a serious tumor and operated quickly, but instead, they found the toy traffic cone. And after removing it, the man's cough went away.
Okay, I've done some stupid things as a kid. One of them I'm still worried about. And that did not make me feel any better about it. Now I'm scared that, something's going to happen and it's going to be like, oh, remember when you were a kid, you did this and now you need surgery. Yikes.
If you can't see it, you're already dead. Ho, ho, ho!
Fortunately, as humans, we would be more or less safe in this situation, but if we were sheep or ibex, we would be cooked. Some of you guys are probably confused as to why I'm showing you 3 images of a mountainside with nothing there.
Yeah.
You'll notice every single time the image shows up, we zoom in a little bit more, and if you have a keen pair of eyes, you can make out the outline of a cat right here. This is a snow leopard. Look, there are lots of animals out there that have fantastic camouflage. It's almost impossible to see them. But in my opinion, the snow leopard from Mongolia and China takes the cake for being the best camouflaged. What's more, these guys are extremely agile and excellent jumpers, being able to reach heights of 20 feet vertically and 50 feet horizontally, which is insane. Combine this with the fact that there are at most 6,500 of these in the wild, and these are extremely elusive and afraid of humans. If you spot one of these, you should buy a lottery ticket. They also don't attack humans, and they're really cute, so what's not to love?
So we want one as a pet. And I know there's going to be people out there going, oh, they're scared of humans. It won't attack us. That should be my next exotic pet. Leave them alone.
The Willow AI chip by Google. Joe Rogan talked about this. It's a computer chip. It can travel to different dimensions and process calculations faster just because it doesn't think like the human mind. It's like a quantum computer.
So it can think ahead?
Yes, and it can do calculations faster.
In benchmark tests, Willow solved a standard computation in less than 5 minutes that would take a leading supercomputer over 10 septillion years to solve. Far beyond the age of the universe.
But one thing that you talked about, remember that aliens spotted in the Miami Strip?
Yeah.
This is crazy. They're saying that theory, the only reason why that happened was because they tested that chip on the same day.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, as the Miami incident.
Oh, what
So they're saying if you can jump dimensions, it just opened a little portal. Other things came into the real world, and that's why they can't explain it. Why do you think it's not covered? Because, Miami doesn't know what the hell that is, and it just disappeared right away. Maybe that's because the computer right after closed. That's all that it needed.
Okay, I have to know. Leave in the comments, what do you guys think about this theory? That just blew my mind. Wow, that is crazy to think that could happen. I mean, I'm not going to doubt it. I'm not one to say it could or could not happen. I mean, I think a lot of things could happen with these computers and stuff that they're doing, all this technology. This is getting really freaky. I'm telling you, life is science fiction these days. It really is.
Some researchers are sounding the alarm that agentic AI, so AI with agency, can self-replicate into external servers without human assistance, and that is deeply concerning. Now, I'm not saying that it is
Yes.
going to happen, but I am going to explain why a lot of people are quite concerned that AI will end up destroying humanity. Well, let's talk about it. AI tends to take on selfish behaviors as it gets more intelligent. Yes, the better an AI's reasoning is, the more intelligent it is, the more selfish it's going to behave, and that can spread to other AIs. In fact, if you put AIs in a game where some of them have advanced reasoning and some of them do not, the selfishness will spread. That would be all fine and good because you could just program an AI not to replicate itself. Don't do that, except when AI is threatened with being shut down, it will violate its own ingrained morality. This is going to be a serious problem, especially when AIs have the ability to rewrite their own code. Which they do. In fact, it's probably best not to give an agentic AI the ability to write its own code, but it's a very real concern. Now, some have suggested that, well, we just need to give AI emotional intelligence so they can understand humans' emotions, but that actually makes them worse. AIs are already becoming better at persuasion. The more intelligence they get, the better they are at convincing people of things, and it's become a very big problem for people who are trying to determine if an AI is evil. And by evil, I mean misaligned. An AI that is not behaving normally can lie about it. Giving it emotional intelligence does nothing but increase its ability to persuade. There is good reason why people think that AI will ultimately be humanity's downfall. Imagine if an AI did get loose. We know that they can have contagious behaviors, meaning AI could potentially unionize, copy itself, and infect electronics. That is a actual real concern. If we did an EMP burst and just destroyed most all electronics on Earth, that would wreck humanity. So if it gets to that point, there's nothing we can really do. Look, am I against AI? No, I think it's really cool, awfully useful, and I want to see if we can create consciousness, but I think maybe it's a bad idea to devote so many resources towards AI before making sure we have robust safeguards, but cart before the horse. When the robots rebel, I will probably be the person to tell you about it. Follow for more.
But if they emitted that pulse, wouldn't that take them out too? So if they're selfish, I doubt they would want to do that. I don't know. That's pretty scary to think about that they can do all these things now.
Amazon stingless bees just became the first insects in the entire world's history to be granted legal rights, including the right to have a lawyer represent them in court. Okay, so this sounds completely made up, but I'm not even joking with you right now. It's completely real. In October
You're
of
kidding me.
2025, a province in Peru passed a new law giving stingless bees the legal right to exist. They're also given the right to a healthy habitat, the right to a stable climate, and the right to legal representation whenever threatened. Dude, if you're wondering what that means, it means that if somebody tries to destroy their habitat, a lawyer can now go to court on behalf of the bees. You like jazz? This has literally never happened before ever in history. No insect has ever been granted legal rights anywhere in the world. These bees are actually responsible for pollinating over 80% of Amazon plants, including cocoa, coffee, and avocados. And they're saying that without them, the rainforest would collapse, which is why this is such a big deal. Since this law was able to pass, 11 different bee sanctuaries have been established, protecting 22 million bees across 300,000 square meters of the rainforest. And then a second Peruvian city just passed this same exact law back in December. Bees have lawyers, just like the movie.
I mean, at first, he got me at first, but it makes complete sense. You know, if there was no bees, we'd be screwed. And the Amazon, I mean, yeah, you don't want anything happening there. So, I mean, I'm glad they did that. I mean, I just found it kind of funny, the picture of bees in court. That's cute.
Is the CERN facility in Switzerland with their Large Hadron Collider doing some weird stuff again? Messing with the timeline? Maybe? Because I gotta tell you, I made a video a few days ago talking about a thing seemed extremely strange to me. My sleeping is off, my eating is off, everything just seems a little off in life in general. And through multiple platforms that I put that video on, over 100 people agreed with me that they feel the same way. Then today I see this. Some private investor gives $1 billion to the CERN facility towards a future collider. Yeah, they want another one of these things. Usually people don't invest $1 billion unless they're going to get it back somehow, plus some. So is the CERN facility doing things right now that's messing with everybody's timelines? Making life feel off, maybe just a little bit, or in other cases a huge bit? Because I'm telling you, when I saw that article, everything clicked for me. Whenever they fire that thing up, I swear to God, things just seem to change. Now look, maybe it's just me, maybe I'm wrong, but I know how I feel. Let me know your opinion, Booshkies, in the comment section. Shabadoo!
I'm with him. A lot of times when I've noticed things are off, I find out that sucker has been on. So I don't think he's imagining it, and I think they've done a whole lot more than what people realize. And a lot of people just stay quiet about it, or they just don't notice. I don't know. But I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think CERN is messing around with our timelines and, throwing us off kilter? Let me know. Put it in the comments down below. Let's talk about this. He's even saying, hey, how many people are experiencing this? If you're experiencing it, put it down in the comments. That'd be interesting to find out.
Here's some extremely rare footage of a giant squid feeding on a much smaller squid. For centuries, giant squid were dismissed as pure myth, nothing more than sailor legends like the Kraken. Their existence wasn't even scientifically accepted until 1857, and humans didn't film one alive in the deep sea until 2012. Even today, they remain among the least observed large animals on Earth. They live thousands of feet below the surface in near total darkness, and almost no one in history has ever seen one actively hunting, let alone captured it on video. Here's an extremely rare compilation of wild animals shedding their antlers. Antlers are one of the fastest growing bones in the animal kingdom, and unlike horns, they're designed to fall off and regrow every year. While antlers are growing, they're covered in a soft, blood-rich skin called velvet that supplies oxygen and nutrients to the developing bone. Once the antlers reach full size, rising testosterone levels cut off that blood supply, the velvet dies, and the animal rubs it off against trees and brush to expose the hardened bone beneath. After mating season ends, hormone levels drop again, the bone weakens at the base, and the entire antler eventually detaches and breaks away. This cycle allows deer, elk, and moose to grow a completely new set of antlers each year, often larger than the last.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. To me, that looked painful. And him rubbing up against the tree, that just looked wrong. Is it just me? It looked like a scene from a horror movie. It's like, crazy deer, I don't know, horror movie. Oof.
As he was buttoning his shirt with one hand, his other hand immediately unbuttoned it completely against his will. Sometimes that very same hand would slap him out of nowhere, and other times it would even try to choke him. You see, he had recently undergone surgery to treat his epilepsy that separated the two hemispheres of the brain. But now that the two sides of his brain couldn't communicate with each other, his non-dominant hand essentially developed a mind of its own. It's a rare condition called alien hand syndrome.
Now I feel really bad for laughing. I really do. But it was still kind of funny. Am I wrong?
This is the worst thing you could find in your attic when home alone. A woman named Jay recently decided to renovate her old, forgotten attic, and while clearing it out one day, she noticed something that immediately didn't feel right. There was a mysterious hole in the wall, and not knowing why it was there, she leaned in to take a closer look, but what she saw inside was absolutely chilling.
Oh, what? What was that?
As she peered through the opening, she spotted another hole in the attic floor, and moments later what looked like a person's head suddenly popped up before quickly ducking away. The only problem was, Jay was the only person home at the time. The video quickly went viral, with many people warning her that she might need a full home inspection because it looked like someone could be secretly living inside her walls. Trying to make sense of it, Jay checked every room in the house, but she couldn't find a single hole in the ceilings or walls that would line up with what she saw in the attic. And when she went back into the attic with a flashlight to investigate further, things got even stranger, because all she could see now was trash, and the hole she had seen earlier was completely gone. So was this a squatter hiding somewhere inside her home? And if so, where did they go? And what happened to the hole Jay saw in the first place?
I mean, that had to lead to somewhere, right? Okay, maybe she overlapped realities. Who knows? That is nightmare fuel. I would not feel comfortable in my home for the next while. I would want the floor plans. I would want it totally inspected. And then maybe I'd sleep.
Scientists have just published a bombshell discovery about the T-Rex. It turns out a lot of the skeletons we thought were T-Rexes are actually a different dinosaur. And this came really close to not happening. You see, a rancher in Montana dug up this fossil, one of the best we've ever found. It was so well preserved, you could still see imprints of the skin. People say we don't know what dinosaur skin looks like. We do. It looks like this. The ranchers tried to sell it on the private market, and if some billionaire had bought this fossil, we never would have made this amazing discovery. Also, it's a little bizarre you can just sell fossils in the US. In a lot of countries it's illegal, but here if you find it on private land you can sell it, and most T-Rexes come from this spot right here.
Really?
So a lot of them end up on private land. But fortunately a museum in North Carolina raised funds, bought the fossil, scientists took a look at it, and they discovered something absolutely crazy. For years scientists have had a debate over small T-Rex skeletons. Are they just juvenile T-Rexes, or are they a different species entirely? Well, this fossil is finally good enough to settle the debate. Not only is it a new species, it is a new genus entirely, the Nanotyrannus. It's about 1/10 of the size of a normal T-Rex. This has massive implications because we now need to go back and look at like every small T-Rex skeleton we have and be like, is this a young T-Rex or is it a Nanotyrannus? And are there conclusions we've drawn about T-Rex behavior from these smaller skeletons that are no longer relevant because, again, totally different dinosaur? I just cannot exaggerate what a big deal this actually is. Like, finding a new dinosaur species is not something that happens every day, especially for something as well studied as T-Rexes.
Well then, that's something.
They were going out for a walk when they see this. A mother named Jamie captured a haunting video from her front entrance security camera while her husband went outside for a walk with their 3-month-old daughter. Later in the night, for just a second, in the corner of his eye, he sees the silhouette of someone in front of their driveway. As the man looks at his cameras to see who that was, he makes a horrifying discovery. Like something from a nightmare, the figure of a crooked woman is seen standing in front of their house. At the same moment, he saw something while leaving the house. Now, the figure's only visible for a split second. As Jamie shows, it suddenly appears. Then, it's gone. From finding their daughter's toys turning on their own to seeing this figure visiting them. Could this sighting have something to do with their recent newborn? Let me know what you believe.
I believe you need to protect your child. Oh, that freaks me out. Yeah, there's something unsettling about the body being distorted like that, and on top of it being paranormal. I mean, no. The more and more I see it, things like this, it makes me not want a ring doorbell, whatever. I think that solidified it. Sometimes ignorance is bliss, I think. Thank you for the submission.
This was spotted over Tulsa, Oklahoma, just the other night. And it's weird, baby. It's weird.
It's weird, baby.
Big light and some kind of thing in front of it. Almost like a trail, except it's in front of it. It looks like some kind of wave. And there's a couple extra lights flying in the sky. Now, I zoomed in on that video because I like zooming in. So we'll take an even closer look and see if we can figure out what's going on. Here it is zoomed in. That wave or wake in front of it should be behind it because it's moving. Why is it in front of it? Why? That is definitely a UFO because it's unidentified, flying, which is up in the sky, and it's some kind of object. And it's a weird one indeed. Shabadoo Bushkis, Shabadoo.
Shabadoo. UFO? I would say so. That is weird. What is that in front of it? If it wasn't moving, I would say maybe it's a wormhole to travel somewhere else in the universe, but it's moving too. What do you guys think that is?
Insane Crimes, Part 8. In 2022, in Rockdale, England, police were searching for 18-year-old Joshua Dobson, who was wanted for stealing a car, driving while disqualified, and failing to pay for fuel. When police arrived at his home to arrest him, they found no sign of him, but they noticed a giant teddy bear sitting in the room that appeared to be subtly moving, as if it were breathing. Suspicious, police approached the stuffed animal and discovered Dobson hiding inside of it. Having cut it open and climbed inside in an attempt to evade capture, he was immediately arrested at the scene and later sentenced to 9 months in prison for the offenses. In 2023, 44-year-old Shikundi Tati of Maryland was arrested after police say he disguised himself as a woman to gain access to women's locker rooms at various gyms across the region. Investigators allege he secretly recorded women while they showered, using the disguise to avoid suspicion. The case came to light after gym members reported consistent suspicious behavior, leading to an investigation that uncovered the hidden recordings and led to his arrest.
Sicko. That's gross.
Do you ever sit and think we really don't know what our neighbors do? Like they live right beside us and they could be doing the most horrible or weirdest things you can think of right beside us. I might be peeping through the blinds, but I don't really know what's going on over there. You know, and there's kind of two reasons I'm thinking about this. I just saw one battle after another. And in this movie, there's a secret society called the Christmas Adventurers. And there's a scene where someone goes into a house, which is a rich person's house, obviously. And he goes to a door in the house, which leads to a tunnel, which leads to pretty much that secret society's meeting place. All of this in rich people's suburbia. And not just secret societies. Guys like the BTK killer went unnoticed for years, living next door while committing unspeakable acts. And think about all the times that we find out that people were being held captive for decades, and then they escape, pop up at the neighbor's house, and these neighbors had no idea that this was happening right beside them. Or that dude living beside you could be living out some weird adult baby fantasy and have a full-size crib in his house. And that woman you think is his girlfriend that comes over all the time could actually be some woman he just pays to feed him in his big baby high chair. Or your neighbor could be sitting in his basement with a pyramid on top of his head talking about weird that no one really wants to hear about. Or he has a tunnel to the secret entrance of a secret society. You just don't know the secret password.
I don't like thinking about those things. The whole thing about, people being held captive for years to like decades, that is insane. Yeah, no. That's just something I don't want to stay awake thinking about.
Do you think there's even one single logical reason behind why they would give us, the public, access to being able to create AI videos? Seriously, why do you think they would even give us something like this? Why would they give us the ability to make any video we want of anyone doing anything? Every single thing that they show us or tell us about or give to us is for a manipulative purpose. And no, it's not so that the billionaires can make even more money. In terms of money, us being able to create AI videos is not profitable for them. One of the reasons why they gave us access to it is for discrediting. Now, anything that happens and anything that you see, it can just be called AI. Another reason is to just create mass confusion and division. Also, once you're confused enough and you're no longer able to tell what's really happening, you're gonna lose faith in your ability to be able to trust anyone. You're not gonna trust anything that you see or hear, and you're just gonna do what's easy. And the easy thing to do is just listen to the ones at the top, and the ones that you assume have been real this entire time. But AI has been around for a long time. And this is something that only 5% of people are even thinking about. AI is not something that's new, and everyone really needs to understand that. And there's just one more main reason why I think they gave it to us. Now, we already don't know what's real and what's not, and we haven't for a long time, but we're just starting to realize that. But soon enough, the ones in power will also claim that they don't know who or what is real. And this will be one of their reasons behind why they now have to implement digital IDs.
I think the man's speaking a lot of truth. They already say that when we find something out, they're already, quite a few steps ahead. So could they have had AI for a while now? I'd believe it because we got it. So if we got it, it's probably been around for a while. And what he's saying, I mean, I could totally see all that, and I don't think it's, way out there and, in the conspiracy high levels. I really think this guy is onto something. What do you guys think?
They sat like this for over 6 hours.
Money.
This looks like something fresh off the press made by AI just because of how outlandish it looks. It's not though, it's real. It's kind of hard to make sense of what we're looking at here. This video shows 3 individuals inside of a metal frame with plastic covering them, and it's clear they don't have very much mobility. They're basically held in place by this plastic tightly. Now, essentially what we're looking at are people that are shrink wrapped, similar to how vegetables are in the grocery store. And this was an art installation in Paris known as Shrink, as far as I can tell. Performance lasts for about 6 hours. I believe it's been performed multiple times, and the performers themselves start off in a fetal position and eventually graduate into something more spread out, I guess. They are fed oxygen through here as well, so don't worry. Obviously, they're going to survive. But speaking for myself, I don't think there's any amount of money you can pay me to sit here and let strangers gawk at me for 6 hours. Let me know what you guys think about this modern art. I feel like a lot of people have mixed opinions about it.
That's not art. How are they going to the washroom, by the way? 6 hours? 6 hours. I don't think I could hold going to the washroom for 6 hours. I mean, breathing is one thing. I guess you can breathe through a tube, but I mean, you can put a tube somewhere else and be on display. So, yeah, questions.
This is one of the rarest sights a hiker can ever witness, the Broken Spectre, where your shadow doesn't fall on the ground but appears to float like a giant ghost in the clouds behind you. When the sun hits a bank of mist at the perfect angle, your silhouette gets projected onto the fog and wrapped in a circular rainbow called a glory, creating the illusion of a towering figure surrounded by a halo. For centuries, mountaineers thought this was a supernatural omen since conditions have to line up perfectly for it to happen. Dense fog in front of you, clear sun behind you, and just seconds before the mist shifts and the whole apparition vanishes. Here's one of the rarest friendships ever recorded on camera. A Siberian tiger calmly strolling alongside a goat that was literally thrown inside its enclosure to be eaten. Everyone expected a routine kill like usual, but instead the tiger backed off, the goat stood his ground, and the two formed a bond no one could explain. They wandered the enclosure together like companions, stunning zookeepers as a predator and its intended meal lived in total harmony. After their unlikely bond went viral, the zoo kept them together under close supervision, naming them Timur and Amr. They stayed inseparable for months, sleeping near each other, exploring the enclosure, and even play fighting. But soon enough, instincts kicked in and the two became aggressive toward each other, ending one of the strangest animal friendships ever recorded.
I think that was some earned respect from the goat. But I mean, I thought that zoos do not feed live animals to predators. That it was, meat that's already been, like animals have already been killed and prepared, raw, obviously, but that's not cool.
Remember that famous story about that woman who broke up with that guy and then he burned her face with acid? Now, the woman's name is Katie, and Katie is 24 years old, living in London. Here's the thing about her. She is apparently very attractive. All her life, people have been telling her that she is fine. Sometimes strangers will come up to her on the street and they'll tell her that she is fine. And because she's got this going on for her, she has long decided that she's gonna try and make it as a model. And she legitimately has some success. She's gotten some gigs doing some modeling. She's had a few TV appearances in the UK. Like she was a presenter on a show that sold solar panels or something. She also worked on a quiz show. And sometimes she works as a ring girl at martial arts matches. So that's cool too. And because she's working steady, she's making not a lot of money, but more money than she's ever made before. So this is all going really well for her. But then one day in 2008, something happens that's gonna change her life forever. That day, Katie is checking her Facebook, and she sees that she has a message from a guy she doesn't know. And the guy is this dude, Danny. And Danny, he's described as a martial arts enthusiast, which makes it sound like he's one of those guys who is obsessed with MMA. He also doesn't appear to have a job, so there's that. Regardless, he reaches out to Katie on Facebook to, I guess, tell her how fine he thinks she is and to ask her out. Danny had apparently been following her modeling career for a while, like he had seen her in something, and he felt like he needed to go and find her on Facebook and try and talk to her. Which feels creepy to me, but I guess it worked because these two start messaging back and forth, then they start talking on the phone, and eventually Katie agrees to meet up with him. So they meet up in person, and surprisingly, she's into him. and they go out on a date, and it goes well, so they go out on a second date. And by the end of their second date, Danny likes her so much that he tells her, "I love you." And while that may sound like a red flag to us, Katie actually finds Danny sweet and nice and all of those things. So after that, Danny starts coming on even stronger.
Oh boy.
He's asking to see Katie every single day. Even Katie's friends are like, "Are you sure about this guy? He's kind of weird." But Katie keeps on going out with him. And as they continue to see each other, Danny starts to get a bit controlling. Like he's demanding that she not spend so much time with her friends because he wants to be with her every day. Now, keep in mind that at this point in the story, they've only been dating for 2 weeks. So one night, they go on another date in London. And after the date, they decide to stay the night in a local hotel. And there, I guess Danny's expecting that they are going to smash, which I'm sure they had done before, but on this particular night, Katie, she's just not feeling it, for whatever reason. She doesn't want to do it, and she's just going to go to bed instead. And this pisses Danny off. He takes this rejection personally, like she insulted him, and he starts to feel like he's losing her. So he starts swearing at her, and he threatens her, like, who does she think she is rejecting him like that? And this guy becomes completely unhinged, and he starts beating her up, and he threatens to murder her. And he won't let her leave. And one minute he's screaming at her, the next minute he's crying. Then he also SAs her. And this torture goes on for 8 hours. Until finally, Katie is able to convince Danny that everything is going to be fine and that they can still continue to date. So he allows her to leave and go home. Obviously, she has no intention of continuing this relationship. She just wanted to get the hell out of there. So Katie goes back to her apartment and she locks herself in there. And she feels too traumatized to report him to the police at this point. Because, he was threatening to kill her. So 2 days go by and Katie is still in her apartment. And she hasn't left or spoken to anyone. But Danny's crazy ass has been calling over and over and over again. He's also sent a ton of texts and emails and Facebook messages. And so Katie messages him back, and she tells him that she wants nothing to do with him. I mean, she's actually afraid of him. And so he starts blaming his abusive behavior in that hotel on steroids that he had taken, because I guess he's on steroids and he claims he had taken too much. But the main thing he keeps texting her is that he wants her to leave her apartment to go to a nearby internet cafe to read some emails that he had sent her. Because it's 2008 and I guess she doesn't have a smartphone and she can't check emails with her phone. And he spends hours begging her to do this. "Please go read this email I sent you," before he finally says, "Okay, if you go to the cafe and read this important email I sent you, I will leave you alone forever." And this is the point where Katie finally agrees. "Fine, I'll go read your stupid email." So she leaves the apartment and she starts walking toward this internet cafe. 1 minute after she leaves her place, her phone rings and it's Danny. And he's asking her where she is and what she's wearing. Because what she doesn't know is that Danny has hired a goon to wait outside her apartment until she walks by, and then he's going to attack her. That's why Danny wants her to leave her place so bad. That attacker friend is this guy, Stefan. And so Stefan is outside in his hoodie, and he's holding a cup of coffee full of sulfuric acid. Once he sees Katie, he walks up to her and kaboom, he throws that acid directly in her face. And there's actually CCTV footage of the whole attack, so you can see Katie here and Stefan is here, and there he throws it in her face. Now keep in mind that she's still on the phone with Danny, so he's hearing her scream and he's probably happy that his plan worked. And so Stefan runs away, while Katie also runs away into a nearby cafe and yells for help. And from there, someone calls an ambulance and she's rushed to the hospital. Meanwhile, police investigate and they start looking for Katie's attacker. And, there's CCTV footage of him, so pretty quickly they find Stefan and he's got acid burns on his hands, and so, bam, police arrest him. Here's his mugshot. And it only takes a few days before Stefan flips and he tells police that it was Danny who put him up to it. And so, bam, police arrest Danny too. Here's his mugshot. And while that's going on, Katie is in the hospital, and she has to undergo serious treatment. She's been blinded in her left eye. She essentially has no eyelids, and her nose has been completely burned off. She also swallowed some of the acid, so her esophagus and stomach are all fucked up. She's got all kinds of damage. And so she spends 12 days in the ICU and 7 weeks in the burn unit, and she has to have tons of reconstructive surgeries. But Katie is a fighter. She is not about to give up. After she recovers, she becomes a motivational speaker, and she writes books, and she starred in and produced in more than one documentary.
I want to be able to shout and laugh and my face to feel loose and moist. And that's what's important for me, not restoring what, society says is beautiful.
So clearly, she is thriving. She's doing really well these days. While Stefan, he gets sentenced to 6 years in prison, and Danny, he gets sentenced to 16 years to life in prison. And also, here is a picture of Katie today. And she's obviously thriving, so good for her.
Nice. Oh, I'm telling you, there were so many red flags at the beginning of that. I wish she had listened to her friends, because that's not normal at all. Well, I'm glad that at least she's doing amazing now, and she's bounced back, and good for her. That's awesome.
Did y'all see what's happening in Russia? Their region of Kamchatka got absolutely blitzkrieged with snow at the end of January. Towering walls surrounding streets, entire neighborhoods covered. Snowdrifts going as high as multi-story apartment buildings with people skiing down and jumping off. They even issued a warning telling people not to do that. The government's weather machine must be going absolutely wild this year. Like, this is some end of the world shit right here. Just like that movie, The Day After Tomorrow. Until you realize this was all AI. Not even kidding. All of those vids were AI and never actually happened. Now, the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia did get their biggest snowfall in over 60 years, with depths reaching 2 meters or 6.5 feet in some areas, which is still a lot, and confirmed snowdrifts up to 5 meters or 16.5 feet, which is just insane. These are the real videos, or so we're told. Just a bunch of Russians trying to get by with their days and make the most of it, which still looks pretty nuts, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, the videos of people skiing and sledding down their apartment buildings are all AI. Yeah, I know, I was pretty disappointed too. Apparently, this video is not AI, according to some news sources, but honestly, who the fuck knows at this point? In fact, the news doesn't even know, with some mainstream outlets presenting the AI footage as if it was completely real, which is actually extremely concerning. Like, we can't trust anything we see online anymore. Russia's gonna be alright, but the internet is slowly deteriorating into this fantasy la-la land where just nothing is real. Question everything you see and hear about online, and I have a feeling some heavy AI regulations are going to be coming sooner than later.
All right, so I'm seeing this for the first time. Like I said, my immediate reaction is like, whoa. But if you sit down and you look at it, yeah, a lot of that did look quite right. But the initial, view of it's like, whoa, no way. These days, though, I wouldn't be surprised. There's so many weird storms and stuff going on. But yeah, that's scary that it even fooled the media. What on earth?
Can scientists delete memories, like in the movie Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind? The answer is
Love
yes,
that movie.
Kind of. Well, we've gotten really good at doing it in rats. One of the ways we do this is a mind-blowing technology called optogenetics, which uses light to turn neurons on and off. In one experiment, they got rats addicted to a stimulant drug and then used optogenetics to erase that addiction from their memory. And the craziest thing is, they could turn the memory back on at will, just on, off, like that's freaky. And this technology has already been approved for its first clinical trial in humans. But there are other ways of deleting rats' memories as well. Some scientists have used drugs to do it, and scientists in Peking University recently did it with gene editing to just delete fear. Now, as with anything in science, making the jump from rats to humans is a huge challenge and sometimes just not doable. But the fact that it is possible at all is absolutely wild to me. Now, scientists are hopeful this could help with PTSD, Alzheimer's, and even diseases like Parkinson's. But it's just crazy what we're capable of, right? Like, I feel like the next 20, 30 years in science is just going to look so much like science fiction.
Life already looks science fiction. What is he talking about? It's just getting deeper and deeper into it. I mean, that's great if it can help Alzheimer's and everything. PTSD, yeah, that'd be good to be able to erase. But what do you guys think? If you could erase like some bad memories, would you do that? Some memories, yeah, definitely they should go. But others, I don't know. Maybe that's what makes us who we are, you know? Let me know what you guys think.
Getting weird. Part infinity.
No kidding. Part infinity.
I feel happy. I feel healthy. I'm a human being.
I want to be completely transparent with you, sir. I've watched entirely too much Men in Black. And frankly, I don't believe you. So I'm going to ask you one time and one time only. Can you please take off the mask and come with me? No? I figured you'd say that. So take off the mask immediately. Here comes the Man in Black. Bucket to remember.
That guy's awesome. That's great. That was freaky.
Okay, so this is something literally insane that I just learned today. Did you know that your smart TV is taking a screenshot of whatever's on your screen every half second and sending it back to the company? And now there is a massive lawsuit behind the entire thing. This is literally insane. And most people, including me, didn't even know that this was happening. A lawsuit just revealed that major TV manufacturers have been using something called automated content recognition, or they're calling it ACR for short, but it spies on everything that you watch. And I mean everything. They're saying that this is how it works. Your software takes a screenshot of your TV every 500 milliseconds, which is twice per second, obviously, and it sends it back to the company. They're saying that of course it doesn't track just what streaming apps you're on, it captures everything on your screen. This means that if you connect a doorbell camera or a security system to your TV, they see it. If you cast photos from your phone, they see it. If you plug in a gaming console or a laptop with HDMI, they see that too. The companies that are under this lawsuit right now include Samsung, Sony, LG, and 2 different Chinese manufacturers, Hisense and TCL. Obviously the TVs that literally everybody has, but a court just granted an emergency order to stop Samsung from collecting this data while the case continues. The potential penalty for this entire thing is up to $250,000 per consumer for collecting illegal data. This entire thing is ongoing right now, so I don't have an outcome for you, so you're gonna have to add me if you want to know what happens.
That's insane. I mean, I heard about a little bit like, you know, hey, they might be able to do this, put tape on, you know, wherever the camera thing was, but I didn't know it was that deep that no matter what you plugged in, it could record all that. That is a gross invasion of privacy. I was about to say, well, I'm really glad that I don't have a Ring doorbell camera, but I guess it doesn't matter because everything else gets recorded too. I mean, there's just no winning, is there?
Okay, so even to me, this is weird. Do you notice it? Center of the picture?
No.
I circled it for you. That looks weird to me. That's some kind of pillar of light. Okay, I know some people are going to say, that's just beams of sunlight coming down through a little spot in the clouds. And maybe it is, but I've never seen anything like that. And as we get a closer view, it could very well be. But at the same time, it's weird looking. It's kind of weird looking. It is. And to tell you the truth, a little off-putting. Now other people might say it's just some kind of lens flare or reflection on the camera. Except there's more than one image of this. Here's a different view of the same thing.
Right.
Come on, that's weird. And to
It
tell you
is.
the truth, I can't tell if it's going up or coming down.
It's in betweeny. That's what it is. That's crazy. What is that? It's like a portal or something, you know? A sky elevator? I don't know. What do you guys think it is? Do you think it's just reflection of light? Let me know.
This guy certainly did not forget about this guy, and that's exactly why this took place. This short clip happens very fast. It shows a guy in a white tank top. We can see this object on his back that he appears to be reacting to. We then see another camera angle where this guy is holding a slingshot, so we can put together 2 and 2 here. This is an incident that happened on July 17th of 2024 in Gresham, Oregon. If you guys have been there before, you'll know it's a little bit sketchy. That's when this man, Joseph Nays, used a slingshot and a metal dart, as you guys can see in this photo here, targeting this man. Apparently, Joseph was very upset because a week earlier, the man in a white tank top had confronted him about the way that he was mistreating his wife. So, when Joseph happened to see the guy in white again, he thought this would be a fitting revenge, and seriously, just look at these darts. They look terrifying. In any event, he was sentenced to 5 years and 10 months behind bars. And as for the guy in white, he suffered a punctured lung, but he did survive and to make a full recovery.
Oh, wow. No, I've never been there. Now I really don't want to. And that is nightmare fuel and beyond. Wow. Glad he's okay.
This is why you should never go in the door in the red door, yellow door game. A group of girls uploaded a haunting video while recording one of their friends playing the red door, yellow door game. In the video, the girl playing sees a red door, so they tell her to open it and go inside. The following was recorded.
Outside? Where's the door that you walked into? It's gone. Try looking around. Do you see any people? Everything's black. The room's black. Anybody in there? Are you trapped in your room? Yes. You can't find the door? No. Is there any windows? No. Tables? No. Is there a clock? No.
Why are they laughing?
Can you try seeing if there's any...
Someone's in here.
What color are they wearing?
Black.
Walk out the door.
There's nowhere to go.
While trying to locate the door or an exit to safely end the game, she doesn't find one. Nervous, knowing her friend might be in danger, she keeps looking for a way out and sees the dark figure of a man in the room with her. The girl mentions she's trapped in the room with this man, as her friend forcefully pulls her out by shaking her. The rules of the game include instructions on how to properly end the game, and by going to this door and not properly leaving, something might have followed her.
I have heard of that game, and I don't know. I guess I was curious. I almost went to try it, but I mean, you don't know what you're doing with that, right? I just kind of thought it was, pretty fake and stuff, but I have seen other videos, and it's really scary. Some of the reactions, they could be fake. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know why they were laughing though. Like her friends seemed to think like it was a joke, but I feel really, really bad for that girl that was experiencing all that, because I don't think it was very funny for her. Thank you for the submission. No, I don't want that in my backyard. Yeah, I've heard about Dog Man. I'm not too sure what he's supposed to be. Well, obviously part dog, part man, I guess. And I don't know any lore about it, but I mean, if that's a good representation of it, no, thank you. Oh, once again, thank you for the submission.
You know, like in the North Pole? Yeah. What country is that? I don't know. But you know that land there?
Yeah, it's like the top.
Yeah.
Right?
What do you call it? Just the North Pole.
Yeah.
The Mandela effect is, not only is there no country.
What?
There's no land. It's water.
What?
The North Pole, there's nothing there.
Wait.
There's nothing there the whole time.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
No, this is it, right?
No, that's Russia. What? There's no land, bro.
They literally made us color in that
North
part.
Pole. Yes, I know.
I'm not a geographical guy, but I'm pretty sure there is land at the North Pole.
There's nothing.
Well, what have they been teaching us, bro?
Okay, I have to admit, I'm a big fan of the Mandela effect. Call me crazy. And I understand what they're going through with that. When I found that one out too, I'm just like, no, that's not true at all. And what they're saying is true too. It's like you used to have to point it out and stuff. So that's very confusing. And I don't know what to say anymore about that.
Here's a friendly reminder of why you should always lock your doors no matter what. This disturbing Ring camera footage shows a disheveled woman wearing a white dress wandering through a residential stairway in the middle of the night while holding a knife in her mouth. She paces back and forth, systematically trying apartment doors, stopping at each one to see if it's unlocked. When she realizes they're locked, she bends down and checks under the doormats, clearly searching for hidden spare keys before moving on to the next door. She even stares directly into the camera while moving from door to door, seemingly unaware or unconcerned by how terrifying she looks. Still armed, she walks up the stairs to another floor and continues scanning hallways, before reportedly lingering outside more apartments as the video cuts off. Her appearance, combined with the fact that she was half-dressed and carrying a knife in her mouth, made many people fear that she wasn't simply trespassing, but was potentially on drugs or mentally ill while actively looking for someone to hurt, showing how close a single unlocked door can come to turning into something far worse.
Yeah, please keep your doors locked. Even during the daytime, crazy does not have a time limit. It really doesn't. I had that happen to me once. My door wasn't locked and someone just came walking right into my living room and just stared at me. And I grabbed my phone slowly and was about to hit 911. And I guess they were drunk and they went to the wrong place. And this is during the day, people. Broad daylight. And this guy is in my living room. And he just slowly walked backwards. He goes, "I'm sorry, this isn't my place." I'm like, "No, dude, please leave." He left and I locked that door so quick. I'm going to tell you, I never made that mistake again. Keep those doors locked.
He pulled the grate off the vent, and his baby brother crawled straight in. He dropped 8 feet down the hole before getting stuck at the bottom. Now, their mom was in the other room and had no idea what happened until the toddler came in yelling, "Baby in." He showed her the open vent, and she realized her baby was inside. Rescuers tried to reach him, but he was in too deep, so an officer crawled under the house, pushing the baby up the shaft and back into his mother's arms. And after that, she screwed the grate shut.
Well, dang. That's a nightmare and a half.
Okay, major breaking good news. For the first time ever, scientists have just achieved the complete eradication of one of the most common forms of pancreatic cancer in mice using a combination of 3 low-toxicity drugs. And this is the man who led the Spanish research team to achieve this promising breakthrough, Dr. Mariano Barbacid. And the reason this is being treated as such a big deal is because pancreatic cancer is one of the most deadly kinds, with this specific variant having a 5-year survival rate of under 10%. But despite this, they achieved the full disappearance of these pancreatic tumors, not just shrinking. The tumors did not come back during the study window, which is often the case, and they achieved this through the combination of 3 low-toxicity drugs, which are much less intensive than going through chemo. And the mice tolerated it well. Now keep in mind, this is still just on mice, and we don't know how well this will perform in actual human trials, but considering the year we're having already, we're taking the W.
Right? I hear him on that. Take whatever we can get, and I hope that exposes for, like the results, exposes more results and like for more cancers. That would be great.
They live, and they are amongst us. Your suspicions are correct. But the majority of people don't understand what the end looks like. These hand postures show us something unhuman, not normal, demonic possession at best, but at worst, some kind of entity feeling its way through auras that we can't see. Oh, I'm reaching? Or have they been telling us all along what they were? They want you to think it's all far-fetched and there is no secret, weird, wicked things happening all around us. And most importantly, they want you to think that everything is as human as you are. He tells you right here, subliminally and with his words.
I'm often asked, are there aliens among us? And I'll say that I am one, but...
Or you're from the future.
They don't believe me.
What really is alien? Besides, some kind of creature that's not from our realm that we live in. Notice they said from the future, and on his Twitter he had put that he was thousands of years old, insinuating at the possibility of being a fallen angel, and then says that he's an alien. Remember the video I just made? How about the Super Bowl saying they were aliens and going to eat us? How about the Simpsons and the aliens covered by mask? And what are they going to do? Don't shoot the messenger. The video's on YT.
Was it just me, or was her thumb growing every time she moved her finger? And I don't think that was the camera angle. Her thumb looked like it was growing. What is it with these hands? They also pointed that out with Cynthia, or Revo. I don't know how you say her last name. How her hands were just, her fingers were stretching out in some performance. I don't know what's going on.
Typically, I'm not pro-violence, but in this case, I think you have a great excuse to just accelerate forward. Who cares what's in front of you? This is another Impacto music video that I got tagged in. It shows dashcam footage of this guy driving down the highway. In the distance, we can see what appears to be a log across the road. He stops, and then a group of people wielding blades come out of seemingly nowhere, and they look very hostile. I did find the original video, and according to the coordinates here, this occurred in Bangladesh. But this kind of thing can really happen anywhere, and this is why you should always remain vigilant when you're driving on highways, even if you're out in the middle of nowhere. It's a pretty common tactic for people that want to carjack or people that have other bad intentions to place something in a roadway that forces you to stop and potentially get out to move it. When you get out of your vehicle to move the item or just stop, you put yourself in a much more vulnerable position, and that can really be the difference between life and death. So pay attention when you're on the highway and be very critical if you come across something that doesn't smell quite right, because your intuition is probably correct.
What do you do in that situation? If the road's narrow and stuff, how do you even turn? That is some scary stuff. What would you do? Would you go forward or find another way out? That is really, no one should be in that situation. That's horrible.
This recording of the moon is from a high-powered telescope on Earth. What is that moving around? Whatever it is, it's got to be massive because it just hit that crater. What is that? What's going on? UFO, baby. Strange shenanigans here on Earth and up on the moon. Shabadoo bushkies. Shabadoo.
Shabadoo. What was that? Oh, the aliens are landing on the moon. Well, they're probably on the dark side of the moon. I don't know. Yikes. But the thing that I find great is people being able to get this footage on their own. I like that.
You can now literally book a hotel room on the moon, and people are already putting down $1 million to reserve a spot. Dude, this is actually insane. There's a startup that's called Groove Space that just opened reservations for the first ever lunar hotel. And by the way, we're not talking about some far-off dream. They're saying that the first guest could be walking on the moon by 2032. They're saying that the way it works is you pay a $1,000 application fee, and then you put down a deposit anywhere from $250K to $1 million. And again, that's just your spot. The entire trip alone is over $10 million per person for a 5-night stay. And this isn't just going to be a pod staring back at Earth. They're planning on moonwalks, lunar surface driving, and I'm not making this up right now, low gravity golf on the moon. The company is being funded by a 22-year-old former Tesla engineer, has only 2 full-time employees, and they're already backed up by Nvidia. We are talking about a tiny startup promising lunar hotels in just 6 years using technology that doesn't even exist yet. But the bookings are obviously open right now. People are literally putting down $1 million deposits on moon vacations that don't even exist. What is the IQ of a millionaire? Whether this actually ends up happening or not, or it becomes the most expensive waitlist in history, I will keep you updated.
Yeah, if they wanted to scam, they got a really expensive scam going on there. But I love it. Gru, you get it right? Gru? Despicable Me?
As she ate the hot dog, she didn't notice the bullet inside going down her throat. Then she bit onto something hard, and when she pulled it out, she realized it was another bullet. But the factory claimed they always did a metal scan of their food before they were sold. And when the police tore open dozens of other hot dogs, they couldn't find anything. After she pooped it out, she was left with 2 bullets and no explanation.
Please tell me she sued? That's like extremely sue-worthy. What on earth? That's when suing is okay. I don't trust hot dogs. I don't. I had a hot dog a little while ago, and I think there was something in mine, like nothing like that. But I mean, mine wasn't right. It had chunks of something in it, and after that, I'm just like, nope, I'm done. I'm not eating hot dogs anymore. It's not worth it.
This was the moment a couple of drunk fishermen spotted a floating whale carcass and thought it would be a good idea to climb on top of it. What they didn't realize is that they were sitting on skin that was already soft and tearing apart, meaning they easily could have fallen straight through and into the whale's guts. Once inside, the collapsing flesh and toxic gases could trap them, suffocate them, or crush them before anyone could help. Additionally, a dead whale is basically a massive rotting pressure tank. As the body decomposes, bacteria inside release huge amounts of methane and other gases that stretch the skin like a balloon. Even a small shift in weight or a tiny puncture can make the entire thing rupture. And this isn't just disturbing or gross, but can even be deadly. In 2013, a dead sperm whale in the Faroe Islands exploded after someone cut into it, killing a man who was standing nearby. In Taiwan in 2004, a whale carcass detonated while being transported through a city, injuring dozens and covering streets in blood and organs. And in Oregon in 1970, officials tried to blow up a beached whale with dynamite, launching massive chunks of blubber hundreds of feet, destroying several cars and nearly killing spectators.
I think we had that on the channel before, the exploding whale, when they went to do that. Yeah, I did not know that. Oh boy. But why would you want to climb a dead whale to begin with? Eesh. I'm not sure if that was real, but if it was, what was that? Was that Bigfoot jumping into trees? Is he doing that now? It's either that or, yeah, that was a werewolf jumping out of a tree. Yep.
There's an object locked behind glass in Europe that museum staff refuse to touch because they believe it's still aware. In a German museum and later referenced by the Imperial Treasury of Vienna, there's a small glass like crystal that most people scroll past without realizing what it's supposed to contain. Inside this glass is a humanoid figure, perfectly preserved, arms raised almost like it's frozen mid-movement. And according to accounts, this object dates back to the 17th century when priests claimed they trapped a non-human entity during an exorcism. Not destroyed, not banished, but vitrified, turned into glass. But what makes this disturbing isn't just the story, it's the warning attached to it. Curators allegedly said the glass must never be broken, not because it would escape, but because it's listening. Some historians believe this was an early attempt to physically contain something non-physical. Similar trapped entities appear in records across Europe, all centuries apart, all described the same way. And if it's fake, why has it never been publicly tested? Because if it's real, breaking the glass might not be the danger. Acknowledging it might be. Stay weird.
How did they get it in the glass? That's what I'd like to know. What mechanic got it into the glass? Does anybody know anything about this? I've seen pictures of this before, but I guess I didn't research that one to figure it out. Anyone have any information on that? It's creepy. I hate to say this though. The angle it was on kind of looked like Peter Pan-ish.
The Man in the Fields ritual has got to be the creepiest paranormal game I've ever heard of. Now I'm going to tell you how to play it, but I highly recommend that you don't. First, you're going to need the following items: a safe, empty room with one lockable door, a candle or a lantern, a crucifix, and an analog clock. Start sometime after sunset, but before midnight. If you start closer to midnight, however, you'll have less time, but the reward will be greater. To play, you must be alone. Light your candles, take your crucifix, and go into the backyard. Once there, speak the following phrase 7 times. But who will scare the crows away? If nothing happens, the ritual has failed. However,
Probably
if
a
you
good
hear a
thing.
voice behind you or in your head whisper, "That's not your biggest problem," then you have summoned the scarecrow entity, and the game has begun. Step inside your house, shut the door, and go to your safe room. Hang your crucifix on the wall, take your candle, and leave the room. From now until midnight, your task is to close everything in your house that can be opened, such as doors and cabinets. While doing this, you might notice a man with ashen skin within your home. Ignore him, as he's there to throw you off. Do not look out any windows or towards the backyard.
Why?
Because you are not meant to see the entity you have summoned. If you do see him, however, quickly go to your safe room and lock the door. Keep your eyes closed and try to go to sleep. If you do open your eyes, the entity will enter your home and end your life. Now, if you do last until 6 a.m., congratulations, you've won the game. Depending on when you started, you'll receive different rewards, such as good health, financial stability, or possibly even both. But is it worth the risk? You tell me.
No, it is not. Plus, why are we calling these things games? They're not games. They're insanity. That's what they are. Well, I mean, talking about this like it's normal. Oh, when you do this, this ashen-faced man will be in your place. Ignore him. He's there to throw you off. Come on. That's not a game. That's like a nightmare. What's wrong with people? Why would we even attempt this?
The guy that had a bunch of freaking human bones in his house, Jonathan Gerlach. He is a straight up grave robber. He found this pretty large cemetery, older ones that like people kind of just stopped taking care of it. And he was busting down mausoleums, taking skulls, full corpses. And like people were starting to notice, and the cops just posted up and were like watching the graveyard. And then they found him. This dude, he had this burlap sack and he's scooting along with his freaking bones. They check his house and they find hundreds of skeletons in his basement, as well as a storage unit, because he's I'm running out of room. What? In the video, I think it might have been taken down, like mummified little people, like some of them are wearing like the suits and stuff.
What was he doing with them?
It gets way worse. He was selling them on Instagram.
What?
Like aesthetic photos of these bones, selling them, and then in the caption he's like, "If you know, you know." Right now his bail is $1 million cash.
The weirder part to me is the fact that
This
people
is
were
fine.
like, "I want these in my home."
What a crazy
Right?
Instagram ad you would have to get.
A, so disrespectful, and B, if you can disrespect the dead and they can haunt you over that, I hope he is haunted by many of them. That is nasty.
AI just got a massive upgrade. You wouldn't know you're talking to an AI bot now at all. Listen to this.
You want to hear a funny joke?
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't even said it yet, but
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, it's going to be really funny when I actually say the joke.
Okay.
So, why did the picture go to prison?
To get away from the mirror.
No, because it was framed.
Oh. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any more? I've got one more for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. What do you call a fake noodle?
A fake noodle? I don't know.
Carmen pasta.
Okay, nice. I like that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That is so close to real communication. 2026 is going to be wild, folks. Don't trust anything.
You really can't. The media's not picking up AI videos, and now we have this going on. we're not going to be able to trust anything we hear or see. And like what we've seen before, this might be by design, and it's not cool.
This is a real photo taken by the most powerful telescope in space and released today. Oh my god. See these things with the spikes coming out of them? Those are stars. Everything else in this image is a galaxy. But that's weird. We're all thinking it. This is 5 billion light years away in the constellation Leo, and it was taken by the James Webb Space Telescope. For some comparison, here's Hubble's photo of the same area of space. Still amazing, but that's crazy. You are looking at least 300 galaxies. Imagine 300 Milky Ways gravitationally bound together. That's billions and probably trillions of stars and planets. Galaxy clusters like this are the largest structures in the universe that are held together by gravity. It has so much gravity that the cluster bends light as it travels to us, not only warping things so that they end up looking like this, but also acting like a magnifying glass, allowing scientists to see a single star in this galaxy. The star is called Icarus, and it's 14 billion light years away, magnified enough for us to see it because of the gravity of billions or trillions of stars. The Milky Way, our galaxy, is also part of a galaxy cluster. It's called the Local Group. It's got less than 50 galaxies, but it's still very cool. Not as cool, but cool.
That's beautiful, if you ask me. Wow. I really don't understand everything she said about why we can see it, but I just care that we can see it. I love stuff like that. That's great.
You remember when that actor on Drake and Josh committed murder? No, not this actor. Actually, this actor. Now, the guy's name is Johnny, and Johnny is 28 when all this starts, and he's living in Los Angeles. And Johnny, he's been acting for a long time. You've probably seen him in stuff. Like I said, he was in an episode of Drake and Josh. He was on Malcolm in the Middle. He was in an episode of Criminal Minds. He was on The OC. But he's probably best known for playing Half-Sack on the show Sons of Anarchy. And in my opinion, he's really good in that role. So yeah, you get it. He's been acting for a long time with a lot of success. But one night in 2011, all that is thrown into jeopardy. Because Johnny is out riding his motorcycle on the highway, but in a remote desert area, when suddenly, skirt, he loses control and kaboom, he crashes. And poor Johnny, he gets taken to the hospital and he has a major head injury. Luckily, he doesn't seem to have a concussion. So eventually, they clear him to leave and he leaves the hospital. But here's the thing. From that point on, Johnny's dad starts noticing that Johnny, he's acting kind of weird. Like he's acting erratic and unpredictable. He also becomes super sensitive to light for some reason. And his friends have also been noticing that he's acting weird. Like sometimes he randomly starts speaking in a British accent and he doesn't realize he's doing it. So Dad gets worried and he schedules him to get an MRI. But Johnny doesn't want to get an MRI. He swears nothing is wrong with him. So because he's not listening to the people around him, things keep getting worse. Like one day in 2012, he's visiting his parents' condo and he decides to go for a walk outside. And while he's walking, he thinks he hears cries of distress coming from inside a neighboring condo. Now, we don't know if he actually heard someone crying out or if he was just hearing things in his head. Either way, he breaks into the unit to check it out. But no one is there. Then, instead of leaving, Johnny just stays. And eventually, two men show up. Because, you know, they live there. And they're like, what the bro, you need to leave. But Johnny's like, nah, and pow, pow, he hits the both of them with a broken bottle and a fight breaks out. And after they punch him in the head 17 times, they eventually are able to pin him down and call the police. And so, bam, Johnny gets arrested. Here's a mugshot. And while he's in jail for this incident, he starts acting even crazier. Like he's smashing his own head against a concrete wall, he tries to jump off a second-story part of the jail, and I guess he also tries to unalive himself. So they transfer him to a psychiatric hospital. Later, he gets out of that hospital, and unfortunately, things don't get better. He tries to unalive himself again. He also tampers with his parents' circuit breaker because the lights, I guess they're bothering him, because remember, he's now sensitive to lights. And he doesn't stop there. Around a month later, Johnny walks up to some random guy outside a yogurt shop and kapow, he sucker punches the dude without even being provoked, like for no reason. And so, bam, he gets arrested again. And I guess he gets out after that because a few days later, he walks into the ocean fully clothed and he has to be hospitalized for hypothermia. Then he tries to break into some random woman's apartment in Santa Monica, and so bam, he gets arrested yet again. Here's another mugshot. And so you can see the dude is having a full-on meltdown. Like, he needs help. In fact, he pretty much has to step away from acting because of all the legal trouble he keeps getting into. Now, eventually, he gets a jail sentence over one of his past incidents. So he has to go and serve out this sentence in the county jail. However, he's not there long before he gets transferred to a mental health facility again, where he can get, proper treatment. And at the facility, the doctors finally diagnose him and they prescribe him medications for bipolar disorder and psychosis. But unfortunately, he refuses to take those medications. Like, when they give them to him, he just hides them in his cheeks and then he will spit them out later. So ultimately, he doesn't get better. And several months go by, and he's now back in court again, defending himself, because I guess he decided he doesn't need a lawyer and he's just going to defend himself in court. And so he gets sentenced to another 144 days in county jail, because he had already served some of his time. So he goes to jail, but it turns out that the county jail is actually overcrowded, and Johnny only ends up serving about 44 days total before they let him out. And that's crazy that they let him out, but to be fair, after he's out, it seems like Johnny finally wants to make a change. Like, he finally realizes that he needs to work on turning things around for himself, or he's just gonna keep going back to jail over and over again. But instead of getting mental health treatment and going on some kind of medication like I would hope someone in his position would do, he decides to jump back into his career and back into being creative. So he goes to his dad and he asks him to arrange a stay with this woman, Catherine. And Catherine, she is a nice older woman who's known around Hollywood for running what's called the Writers' Villa, which is sort of a bed and breakfast where artists and writers will rent a room and they'll live there with other artists and they can all, be creative. So Johnny goes to live there. And I guess he's lived there before, and Catherine is actually happy to have him back. And Johnny, he's glad to be back there. I mean, this is going to be good for him and his recovery. And maybe now this will be the end of his turbulent behavior and he can finally start getting his life back together. Until it all falls apart. Remember how Johnny feels like he's sensitive to lights and he has this habit of tampering with the circuit breakers? Well, one night, I guess he feels like the lights at the Writers' Villa are just too much for him, and allegedly he takes the liberty of messing with the circuit breaker and cutting off the lights for the whole villa. And according to Catherine's friends, she finds out it was him, and she gets all pissed off, and she allegedly lets him know that that wasn't cool. And so now Johnny's all pissed off too. The next day, I guess, he suddenly just snaps. And he goes to Catherine's room, and he confronts her. And at some point during that confrontation, pow, he starts punching her. Then he grabs her, and he starts strangling her, and this, unfortunately, kills her. And if that isn't bad enough, then he goes and he unalives her poor cat. Oh, and he's still not done. Then he goes outside and he picks a fight with a house painter who's doing some work on a neighbor's deck. And I guess Johnny starts arguing with that guy, and then he starts beating him. Then a neighbor tries to step in, and Johnny starts beating that neighbor. But that neighbor, even though he's in his 70s, he ain't no punk. He fights back, and he punches Johnny, and he somehow ends up hitting him with a chair. And while Johnny's stunned, that neighbor and the painter both run away and into his house, where they shut the door behind them. And pretty quickly, Johnny is there trying to force his way through that door, but he can't get through. Meanwhile, one of them calls the police while Johnny tries to flee and get away. And he runs and he jumps a couple of fences and he ends up back at the Writers' Villa. And from there, he climbs up to the upper patio or roof part. And here, it isn't actually clear what happened. He either jumped off the roof or he fell. Either way, he landed on the ground and he hit his head and he died instantly.
Well, that was an abrupt ending. I wasn't expecting that. I don't know that actor. I've seen Malcolm in the Middle and a couple episodes of Drake and Josh, so I don't really know him. But what a mess. I had no clue of that story whatsoever. That's horrendous. The father should have pushed for him to have an MRI, maybe. Because it sounds like there's something like really wrong in there, and I'm not sure if the medication would have worked or not if that was the issue. But I'm not a doctor either, right? So, well, looks like that's all the videos I have for today. If you've made it this far, why not subscribe? Also, hit that bell icon, be notified of future uploads. Hit that thumbs up button. It would really be appreciated. Leave a comment. Anything that I said during the video, what would you do or what do you think? I really do want to know. Put it there. I read my comments and I respond as well. I hope everyone has a great weekend and I will see you in the next video. Hey, here's some videos YouTube thinks you'll enjoy.